Okay, and we are back for round two. Thanks to everybody that watched the first stream today. If you are just joining for the first time, welcome to Rumblin for Research. I am yours truly, Pat Dooley. I am a wrestling announcer. I'm an interviewer. I'm a commentator. I'm a ring announcer. I'm a creative. Jack of all trades. Master of a couple, maybe. I'm a free agent, essentially. I'm not in a contract with anyone. I'm doing a lot of work with the Southern Wrestling Federation in Tullahoma, Tennessee. Having a blast there, as well as I'm about to make my debut for New Revolution Wrestling in Hohenwald, coming up in 2 weeks from today. So if you're in the Middle Tennessee area, come check me out. All right, so this is Rumblin for Research. It's a series of live streams I'm doing over the course of Labor Day weekend to benefit the National Pediatric Cancer Foundation. Had a friend recently experience a tragedy, and my way of trying to help is to raise some money for research so that maybe someday more families don't have to go through what he and his wife went through. So I'm looking to raise some money. Generous donation from Zach during our first stream this morning, and well, we're gonna keep on going. I am going through. You can see the spinning wheel in the center of the screen. I used WWE 2K22 to simulate Royal Rumble for basically every year since 1991. Using the PWI 500 list of the 500 best wrestlers from each year to decide who those top 30 were going to be. So I did 7 Rumbles during our first stream today. I'm going to try and do probably about that many this time, maybe 8 or 9, depending on how short they are, because some of them are longer than others, just because that's how it goes. But I'm just going to spin this wheel here, and we're going to find out what year we're going to do. During the first stream, we knocked out 96, 13, 14, 11, 20, 2000, and 2001. Let's give it a spin and see where we wind up. Sharp-eyed viewers may have noticed 2021 is on the list now, and it wasn't before. I was able to finish editing that one during the break. Okay, 1997. Is going to be our next one up. Top stars this year: Dean Malenko, Mitsuharu Misawa, Shinya Hashimoto, Ultimo Dragon, Six, The Great Sasuke, and Masahiro Chono. Those are going to be all of our... those are going to be the top guys. So let's go ahead and remove that. Of course, there's also guys that didn't finish in the top 30 that year that are also in this, because that's just how this has worked. If somebody had a better year another year, then they're going to be in that year's Rumble. People are only eligible to compete once. So if you don't win during what your PWI ranking considers your best year, then you just are done. So we've had a whole bunch of wrestlers fall by the wayside during the first stream. We get our 1997, which is another year that does not have a ton of depth. Add the source. Here, so it shows up, and let's transition over and get started. 1997, and we're going to start things off.
Introducing the participants. First, from Philadelphia, Pennsylvania, weighing in at 212 pounds, Steven Richards.
So big Stevie Cool, Stevie Richards, from the BWO in ECW, the Blue World Order, their parody of the New World Order, with featuring the Blue Meanie, giving it the blue name, There's also Hollywood Nova and various others in other parodies of NWO members. Thomas Rodman, etc. But yeah, Big Stevie Cool was ranked number 66 in 1997. We will see how he does here. He's got a big uphill climb. Here comes the wrestler who drew number 2 eventually.
Introducing the individual who drew number 2 from Kyoto, Japan. Weighing in at 241 pounds, the Gladiator.
Here comes Glacier. Those of you that were fans in the late 90s undoubtedly remember the Blood Runs Cold videos that ran for months on WCW programming, heralding the arrival of Glacier. Millions were spent in production of both his hype videos and his entrance. And then the bell rang. It was like, oh. Glacier's fine as a wrestler, but wrestling fans obviously were like, oh, we were expecting something more special considering how much went into this. So Glacier and Stevie Richards are going to start things off here. Big headbutt by Stevie. Waiting for Glacier to get to his feet. Glacier going for a throat thrust. Misses. Arm wringer into a wrist lock there by Stevie. Nope. Glacier fights his way out of it. And 3, 2, 1. We're about to have our third entrant in the match already, and it is Mitsuharu Misawa from All Japan Pro Wrestling. Another one of the all-time greats. He was ranked number 2 in 1997, so obviously big things expected for Misawa. Teaming up with Glacier to go after Stevie. Stevie sends him off, ducks the line, follows him in. Big clothesline after a punch to the back of the head by Misawa. Now Stevie, knee drop across the face. Kazuo Yamazaki is out next. Ranked number 92. Misawa in trouble here. Glacier trying to get Misawa out. Yamazaki backflips out of the backdrop attempt by Richards. Misawa able to save himself. Boot to the gut. And now Stevie going for a belly to belly, taking Yamazaki down and clotheslining Misawa. And number 5 is the Great Sasuke. So 2 of the 7 favorites are in early. Great Sasuke was brought into the WWF in 1997 amid a ton of hype. He'd been a huge star in Japan. It looked like he was poised to do the same. For communication's sake and for continuity's sake, they brought in a wrestler he knew really well to compete against him at the Canadian Stampede pay-per-view. Oh, Glacier is out. Masahiro Chono is in. Glacier, the first elimination at the hands of Mitsuharu Misawa. So they brought in Sasuke, wrestled Taka Michinoku at that show. Now, Michinoku is probably a name you're more familiar with because on that day, Michinoku was much more impressive, and the WWF actually wound up offering him the contract instead of Sasuke. And so Sasuke kind of went back to Japan, tail tucked between his legs a little bit. Super Callow now from WCW's Cruiserweight division and also from Lucha Libre AAA Worldwide in Mexico. Going to work on Misawa. Well, Big Stevie Cool and Sasuke go at it. Chono and Yamazaki. 5 seconds left until we bring in the wrestler who drew number 8. Oh, and here comes a 4th top 30 in the first 8. 6 from the New World Order. 6, a.k.a. X-Pac, a.k.a. the 1-2-3 Kid. 6 was like Super Callow, was a fixture of WCW's Cruiserweight division of the era, not to mention the 6th member of the NWO. Plus also 1 plus 2 plus 3 equals 6. And he used to be the 1-2-3 Kid. Johnny Smith is coming out. Sasuke is out. Johnny Smith in the ring. Misawa in trouble. No, it's 6 who's up and over the top. 41 seconds for 6. Nice senton there by Chono. Shot to the midsection by Yamazaki. And a drop kick to the knee takes Johnny Smith down. It's Johnny Smith being worked over by Kazuo Yamazaki. Masahiro Chono trying to eliminate Super Callow. Oh, Yamazaki has turned his attention to... Nope. Stevie Richards and Misawa going at it. Super Callow is out. Masahiro Chono getting credit for the elimination. And now he's going to do the same to Stevie Richards. And Chono's out, thanks to Johnny Smith. Liz Mark Jr., another luchador, joining the fray now. We got Johnny Smith in the yellow, Misawa in the green, Yamazaki in the red, and Liz Mark in the mask. Big chop by Johnny Smith, trying to cave Liz Mark's chest in. Again, this whole weekend is all about the National Pediatric Cancer Foundation. If you are able to donate, there is a link in the description of this video. Please click it. Please donate however much you're able to, however much you're willing to. Obviously, no expectations. You're clearly watching the video for free. But, you know, if you are able to help, please do. Phineas Godwin now in the ring. We saw his cousin, Henry Godwin, in the 96 Rumble. Phineas, I can't remember if we ever found out what the I stands for. I think it was Ignatius. And that is it for Lizmark. And that'll bring out Ultimo Dragon, who was ranked number 12 in 1997, and he is entering at number 12 here in the Royal Rumble. When this started, I named 7 wrestlers who were the favorites. 5 of them have come out in the first 12. So I fully suspect we are not going to have an expected winner here. Snapdragon suplex there by the Ultimo Dragon. Yamazaki now trying to get rid of Godwin, bouncing his head off the top turnbuckle. That is going to bring in Ace Darling. A darling, no pun intended, of the independent circuit of the day. Darling won one of the very first, I can't remember which one, but he won the ECWA Super 8 tournament, which at the time was like the biggest showcase for independent wrestlers. It's basically kind of what PWG's Battle for Los Angeles was, or one of the new big JCW shows that they run. Inverted slam by Godwin. John Cronus from the Eliminators is coming out next at number 14. He goes right after Kazuo Yamazaki. I mentioned Cronus teamed with Perry Saturn through most of the mid-90s in ECW. Really talented guy, but never caught on when Saturn moved on to WCW and then the WWF. Cronus kind of just got left behind and teamed with Mustafa Syed for a while as the Gangstonators, but that was about it. And here comes number 15, Dean Malenko. Misawa's gone. Phineas Godwin just eliminated Mitsuharu Misawa. Dean Malenko was ranked number 1 in 1997. I remember that issue. And I remember reading like the editor's forward. Oh, Kazuo Yamazaki's out. In the forward, they basically said, no one wrestler stood out this year as the best wrestler in the world, so we decided to give it to the best technical wrestler in the world, which at the time was Steve Malenko. So he's number 1 on that year's PWI 500, entering at number 15 here. Half the participants have entered, including 6 of the 7 odds-on favorites. Ace Darling is out now. Johnny Smith, Dean Malenko, John Cronus, Ultimo Dragon, and Phineas Godwin all remain in the ring. We're about 7 seconds away from the introduction of number 16. Our 16th entrant out of 30. And it is the dynamic dude, Johnny Ace. Who modern fans, of course, know as John Laurinaitis. But as a wrestler, he was known as Johnny Ace. He was a huge star in Japan. Had a brief run in WCW. I mentioned the dynamic dudes. He and Shane Douglas were like surfer dudes who brought skateboards to the ring that they never rode because they probably didn't know how to ride them. He's working with Ultimo Dragon now. Phineas Godwin is out, and that's going to bring out Shinya Hashimoto, number 7 in 1997, and that's it. Those are the 7 favorites have all entered in the first 17. There's nobody else coming out that is ranked higher than 33rd in 97. Johnny Smith is out. Dean Malenko taking him out. Nice leg sweep there by Shinya Hashimoto on John Cronus. Malenko and Dragon. Man, remember the wars they had in WCW. Louis Spicoli is out now. Fresh off a run as Rad Radford in the WWF. Went out on the independent scene and then eventually settled in ECW. Had a brief run in WCW before tragically passing away. But at this point, Spicoli was a mainstay in ECW. Malenko slips out the back door of whatever he was trying. And a short arm clothesline. Takes down Louis Spicoli. Shot to the back of the head by Cronus. 2, 1. In comes number 19, and it is El Satanico. I don't think he needs a translation. If you need one, just drop the O. And he's got Cronus. Meanwhile, Malenko and Spicoli and Hashimoto and Ace kind of double teaming Ultimo Dragon here. We're about to get our 20th entry here shortly. 10 seconds away. This match kind of flying by here. Dragon is eliminated. Johnny Ace taking out Ultimo Dragon. Number 20 is Akira Taue. And he was that number 33 I was talking about. So now we don't have anybody ranked higher than 44th still to come out. Dragon walking away. 7 men in the ring. Spicoli just kind of teetering on the edge, but nobody's paying attention to him. Spicoli may wind up surviving this. Side Russian leg sweep by Satanico on Cronus. And does a little dance. And Spicoli pulls himself away from the corner. And he's going to go after Malenko. Dean Stinko Malenko with a short arm clothesline. Taking him down and then drops an elbow. 5 seconds until our next entrant. STO by Hashimoto. Oh, and here comes the original gangsta himself, New Jack. Speaking of bad people, we talked a lot about that during the first stream, that there are going to be some people in these Rumbles that were not good people, or are not good people. New Jack's one of them, but, you know, his contributions to the business, like, you know, he did make the list in 1997. He was a top star in ECW. I can't not include him, but yeah. Check out the Dark Side of the Ring episode about New Jack if you want to learn about why he's such a bad dude. Looks like Malenko's going to dump Spicoli out, and he does. Taue steps across the chest of El Satanico. And a drop kick. Well, Hashimoto and Malenko, the number 1 and number 7 wrestlers in the world in 1997. And Cronus is going to just dump New Jack to the floor. New Jack lasting just over a minute. Now Cronus with a German suplex. No, he's going to roll through and do another. Nope. Ripcord clothesline, taking Johnny Ace's head off. 7 seconds to go until we find out who drew number 22. And it is Mosh from the Headbangers. Real men wear skirts indeed. Oh, El Satanico is out. Akira Taue takes him out. And an exploder suplex on Mosh. And Cronus just beels Johnny Ace across the ring. Meanwhile, Dean Malenko and Shinya Hashimoto trading strikes. Hashimoto pulling Malenko to his feet. Malenko with a big forearm. Number 23 is Junji Hirata. Not in the pink gear, going straight for Hashimoto. So, Mosh, well, I was going to say Mosh is the one in the skirt, but he also might be the one that's about to be eliminated. Akira Taue is in the red. Johnny Ace is in the blue with the yellow boots. Hashimoto is in the, just the bottom part of a karate gi. Malenko is in the black tights with the purple trim. Cronus is in the blue trunks. And Junji Hirata just entered in the pink. Here comes Volk Han at number 24. Rocking the MMA baggy shorts. Getting dropped right on his own arm by Malenko. We've got a ring full once again. Han put up against the ropes by Malenko. Malenko, that's the same way he eliminated Spicoli, getting him up in that fireman's carry. And that is it. Volk Han lasting only 22 seconds before getting dumped out by Dean Malenko. Han was number 24. We've still got 6 more wrestlers left to enter, plus the 7 men in the ring are the only ones with a chance of advancing to the grand finale Rumble. And a big clothesline by Cronus sends Johnny Ace back to the locker room. Thanks for coming, Johnny. Malenko going for a suplex here on Hashimoto. Oh, no, drops him into a brain buster. And Taue is gone, courtesy of Junji Hirata. Oh, Hashimoto in some trouble now. No, fights out of it. Kiyoshi Tamura is number 25. Makes his entrance. Oh, and he gets his head taken off there by Malenko. Mosh working on Junji Hirata. Lots of Japanese representation in the ring right now. Of the 6 in the ring, 3 of them are Japanese. Shinya Hashimoto, Junji Hirata, and Kiyoshi Tamura. And it is now time to find out. Number 26 is Pierroth Jr., another luchador. We saw a few of them in the early goings of the match. Tamura in trouble, but he manages to hang on. Malenko not able to send him packing. Now he does. And Hashimoto eliminated Cronus. Nice run by John Cronus. About 10 minutes. Came in at number 14. Malenko hanging on. Manages to kick Tamura away. I'm sorry, Hirata, not Tamura. Pierroth is gone. 27 seconds for him. Now, who are you to doubt El Dandy? Oh, Malenko's gone. Stinko Malenko got taken out by Hashimoto. Hashimoto, Mosh, and now El Dandy, who, of course, as we all know, is a jam-up guy. Oh, gets gourd busted there by Hashimoto. Of course, Hashimoto, number 7 on the PWI 500 in 1997. And El Dandy, number 167. Mosh, number 104. Bart Gunn coming in at number 28. Bart Gunn of the Smoking Guns. His highest ranking was in 1997 when he was number 129. He was about a year removed, or a year away from winning the Brawl for All tournament, a shoot fighting tournament that the WWF thought was a good idea. But he got over, and he's like, oh, and Mosh is gone. And Hashimoto working over El Dandy. Bart Gunn inadvertently saving El Dandy. And Mosh is out, but here comes Thrasher, the other half of the Headbangers. And Bart Gunn eliminates El Dandy. 2 quick eliminations for Bart. And now he's going to take a little bit of a breather. With Thrasher in at number 29, we know that number 30 must be Lucha legend El Kanek. 7 seconds until Kanek comes out, which means we're going to have a final 4 of El Kanek, Shinya Hashimoto, Bart Gunn, and Thrasher. Hashimoto, number 7. Kanek, number 87. And that's it for Hashimoto. Kanek making his presence felt right away. Kanek is number 87. Thrasher, number 110. Bart Gunn, number 129. Here we go. Hashimoto lasted 10 minutes and 8 seconds. So unless this closing sequence goes very, very, very long, Hashimoto is going to get the Iron Man award for this match. 7 seconds longer than John Cronus. Here we go. Rumblin for research. On behalf of the National Pediatric Cancer Foundation, we're trying to raise some money this weekend. We've already raised $100. Thrasher, oh, looked like he was going to mosh there with El Kanek. Bart's got him up. Big delayed vertical suplex by Bart Gunn. The biggest and baddest man in this match. Oh, headlock, or a snapmare driver by Thrasher. Now he's taking Bart to the corner and is going to peel him off into the center of the ring. And now Thrasher taking Bart for a walk. No! Series of elbows to the midsection by Bart Gunn. Forearm, and now scoop. And nope, Thrasher fighting his way out of it again. Yes, folks, the final 3 of the 1997 Rumble are El Kanek, Bart Gunn, and Thrasher. Yep, that's my thoughts exactly. Oh, Thrasher with a shot to the midsection, and another, and another, and another, and another. Thrasher beating the hell out of El Kanek here. And, oh, a South of Heaven by Thrasher. Bart pulling Kanek to his feet. Oh, Thrasher misses with the double axe handle. One and only by Bart Gunn, channeling his kayfabe brother Billy. Another big vertical suplex. No, Thrasher knees him in the head. Great flexibility from Thrasher. And now Bart's got him up again for the vertical suplex. No, Thrasher escapes out the back door. German suplex by Headbanger Thrasher. So Thrasher and Kanek. Another snapmare driver by Thrasher. And now Thrasher going after Kanek. No, Kanek fighting out of it. Shot to the midsection. Overhand punch. And another. And a third. And a little shove in the corner. Kanek looks like he's set up for a clothesline, and he does. Just squashing Thrasher in the corner. Oh, Bart looked like he was getting ready to send Kanek into the ropes to try to eliminate him. Kanek fights out of it. And now Kanek's got Gunn up for a couple of backbreakers. And then just peels him off toward the ropes. A scoop. No, elbows. Thrasher with elbows to the back of Kanek's head. For a suplex, perhaps? Yes. No. Kanek slips out the back. German suplex off the same sequence that Thrasher did to Bart Gunn a moment ago. And now it's Kanek scooping up Bart. Fall away slam. Thrasher, not sure what Thrasher was planning, but Kanek didn't let him figure it out. And a running neck breaker. Gorilla press by Bart. I just now noticed Bart's boots have spurs on them. That seems illegal. A big headbutt by Kanek. And yes, oh, okay. Round and round and round we go. None of these three seems to want to eliminate any of the others. So perhaps they are destined to do this match forever. 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 R.I.P. Terry Funk. Thrasher now bringing Bart Gunn over to the ropes. Bart fights out of it. That was the first real attempt at an elimination in a while, and it didn't last. Honestly, at this point, I think it's probably going to take two wrestlers teaming up to eliminate the third. Bart with knees to the midsection of Kanek. Big forearm. Thrasher now. Suplex. No. Knee to the top of the head by Bart. Oh, here we go. Hey, they finally realized, oh, hey, we're the final three in the Rumble. Look at that. Let's do the thing. All right, Thrasher going after Bart. No, Kanek. Gorilla pressing him. Nope. Thrasher slips out of it. Eat another bar here real quick. Trying to keep my energy up. Alabama Slam. Sorry, I muted myself so I wouldn't be chewing right in your ear in case you're wearing earbuds. I don't know, that can be a sensory thing for people. Kanek takes Gunn down with a German suplex. That's stretching Bart across his leg. Thrasher doing? Who does he think he's gonna hit? Spinning side slam by Bart. Round and round and round we go. Oh, Bart slips out the back. Hey, look, a German suplex. They've now all done that to each other. It's like poetry. It rhymes. Kanek now trying to eliminate Bart. Thrasher coming over. Yes, double team. Get him out. And they do. Bart Gunn is out. 8 minutes, 35 seconds for Bart Gunn. It is Thrasher and El Kanek as the final two. Number 87 and number 110. They entered at 29 and 30. Thrasher looking for that leg drop. Somersault leg drop right across the throat of El Kanek. Up to the top again. And another. Crowd not thrilled with this. But Thrasher has Kanek up. Gonna try and push him over the top. And he does. Headbanger Thrasher is your winner. He entered number 29. It was in there for 8 minutes and 48 seconds. So Thrasher. Big win for Thrasher. Not a great performance from Thrasher. Only getting 1.5 eliminations. Low seed. Yeah, he's definitely down there with Ryback and Masayuki Kono among the least impressive wins thus far, which could well mean that he will be he will have to compete in that three-way during the finale show on Wednesday. Getting ready to bring in the Wheel of Destiny again. We've got still a bunch of years that need to be spun up. Round and round and round it will go, and it will tell us what our next match is going to be. So far we have seen 1996, 2013, 2014, 2011, 2020, 2000, 2001, and then just now 1997. Let me go ahead and bring that over, and let's give it a spin. What year will it land on next? It is 2015. 2015. Top names of 2015. Our odds-on favorites. Seth Rollins, Shinsuke Nakamura, Jay Briscoe, Rusev, Sami Zayn, and Luke Harper. This is a little more star-studded than the last couple have been, but also the bottom of this Rumble is not strong. We actually had to dig as deep as number 234 to find a 30th wrestler for this match. So this is a top-heavy Rumble, and then the bottom of it is not strong. So let's go ahead and hide that while I get the video pulled up as we take a look at the year 2015. Not ready for the audio to start yet. So I've been watching a lot of this YouTube / TikTok / Facebook account called There I Ruined It, which if you haven't already checked them out, you should. They're very funny. They basically take songs, either classical or modern, and mash them up in annoying ways that somehow wind up being amazing. And for some reason, I have their mashup of Smash Mouth's All-Star and Eiffel 65's Blue Dabba-Dee stuck in my head. Has been all day. And it is starting to give me a headache, which is not my favorite sensation in the world. But here we go. It's 2015. And remember how I was saying earlier we had to dig all the way down to number 234? Here he is.
Introducing the individual who drew number 2 from Seasonal Residences, weighing in at 212 pounds.
Tyler Breeze coming to the ring now. Sorry, I was taking another bite of my bar, so I muted my microphone. Facade number 234. Tyler Breeze number 61 in 2015. This was the peak of his run in NXT before, as with most things, when he got called up to the main roster, wound up being kind of a disaster. because, well, because in all honesty, the main roster doesn't know how to book people to maintain any sort of momentum. Tyler's back, sort of, in WWE. I'm not sure what his exact role is. I don't think he's a wrestler. But he was in the most recent game. And, ooh, that is not a great... He's got a little melty face going on there. Alright, so Facade and Tyler Breeze, the first two in here. Very colorful starting two. And again, if you're just joining me, I am going through every year since 1991. I have taken PWI's list of the 500 best wrestlers in the world, the PWI 500, and I'm, building Royal Rumbles based on those lists. The main rule is no one can compete more than once, so you are in there based on the best year you ever had. So somebody like Steve Austin, who was at the top many, many, many times, or John Cena, who was number 1 3 times, you only get to be in once. Adam Ryder has now made his entrance. He is another one of my creations, because shockingly, nobody has made an Adam Ryder on Community Creations. Drop kick to the knee of Facade. And it's about time to find out who drew number 4 already. And it's Sami Zayn. Oh, speaking of peak NXT. Tyler and Sami going at it here. Facade going after Adam Ryder. Big hip toss by Sami. On a kneeling DDT by Ryder. And we're 10 seconds away from number 5 making his entrance. Sami Zayn was number 23 in 2015. He is one of the 6 favorites I mentioned at the top. And Tyler Breeze is out. Here comes another one of those favorites, Jay Briscoe, who was ranked number 7 in 2015. And Facade is gone. Adam Ryder, Sami Zayn, and Jay Uso. I'm sorry, not Uso, Jay Briscoe. Number 7 is Ryusuke Taguchi. Meanwhile, Adam Ryder mixing it up with Jay Briscoe. And Briscoe with a big backbreaker. Unintentional alliteration, but I will take it. A big chop by Sami. Arrow Star, Lucha Libre Star, coming in at number 7. Probably best known to American audiences for his stint in Lucha Underground, where he was legitimately from outer space. There was one episode that ended with him putting on a jetpack and flying off to his home planet. It was awesome. Lucha Underground was amazing. He's working with Taguchi right now. Taguchi slips out the back. And a chop block while Zayn drops Briscoe with a European uppercut. Darren Young coming out. This was Darren during his Bob Backlund run, where he's trying to get over as a single star. Adam Ryder is out. Taguchi getting credit for that one. Darren Young never really caught on as a singles guy. I still think they should have done a doppelganger angle with him and John Cena. I remember the first time I ever saw him in FCW, thinking, wow, that Darren Young guy looks like a black John Cena. Surprised they never did anything with it. Number 9 is Will Ferrara from Ring of Honor. Another guy I had to create because there were no community creations of him. Ferrara hanging Briscoe out to dry. Zayn and Young battle. Oh! Zayn drops down and Banderas him to the floor. Darren Young already out. Pretty much right on a minute. And that is going to bring out BB Hulk. Hulk going after Aerostar. Well, Aerostar, look at, he was going for belly to belly, but it was broken up by Sammy. Instead, he hits a backbreaker. Ferrara and Briscoe, Zayn and Taguchi, Hulk and Aerostar. And we're about to add a 7th man to the mix. He will be the 11th entrant overall. And it is Albert C. Hardy, ACH. Another top independent high flyer. Just one of the best athletes on the independent circuit. Briscoe missed times. Hip attack to try to take out Ferrara. He's unable to. And in the immortal words of Michael Jordan, Ferrara took that personally. And now Zayn raining down left hands. Briscoe drops ACH with a Death Valley driver. And number 12 is Chris Silvio Esquire, who I believe was another one of my creations because I couldn't find a community creation of him. Baby Hulk up and over the top. Taguchi going to try and get rid of him here. Oh, Silvio's whip is reversed by Aerostar. Sidestep. Nice bit of Lucha Libre acrobatics there by Chris Silvio. ACH with a drop kick to Briscoe's back. Not pulling him to his feet. Now he's going to send him into the ropes. And to the floor. ACH eliminates Jay Briscoe. The number 7 ranked wrestler in the world is the 5th man out of the 2015 Rumble. And Ryusuke Taguchi is out. And Silvio in trouble now. BB Hulk working on him. But Silvio gets back in. Zayn softening up. Aerostar. And a snapmare suplex. I think this is almost more of a cravat suplex there by Aerostar. And he sends Sammy to the apron. And Chris Silvio sends him to the floor. Sami Zayn, another top name, already gone. Number 13 is Angelico. Another standout from Lucha Underground. You can now see him in All Elite Wrestling, primarily as part of their Ring of Honor brand. But he does have an AEW contract. Will Ferrara is gone now. So, BB Hulk in the white, ACH in the orange, Angelico in the neon, Aerostar in the blue, Chris Silvio in the jeans. And it's going to bring out Mystico. The second Mystico, not the original one, not the one that became Sin Cara. This is the guy who took over the Mystico name when the original Mystico went to WWE to be Sin Cara. Standing Spanish Fly. Takes Aerostar down. Going for a vertical suplex. Snap suplex. Five seconds until the arrival of our next wrestler. It'll make 7 total in the ring, and the 15th since the match began, and it is Luke Hawx. That's one of those names that you got to be real careful with when you pronounce it. Chris Silvio eliminated by ACH. Hawx scoops him up and drops ACH across the top rope. 6 men in the ring here. And again, this whole weekend, we're raising funds for the National Pediatric Cancer Foundation. There is a link to donate in the description of the video if you would like to donate. And T-Hawk, we were talking during an earlier Rumble, I think it was the 20... Which one was it? 2011? 2014 maybe? About Shima Nobunaga, who would then form Strong Hearts. T-Hawk is another member of that stable. And he's working with Angelico right now. BB Hulk dropping Aerostar down with a DDT. ACH trying to get Luke Hawks up and over the top. Mystico cutting off BB Hulk. 3, 2, 1. Number 17 is Jason Kincaid. Kincaid, I had to do some digging to find. It's sort of a mashup of two of his looks from what I got. I've never seen Jason Kincaid before, but it looks like at one point in his career he had a beard, and then another he had a tattoo on the top of his head. Oh, T-Hawk's already out. T-Hawk was only in there 46 seconds. And, oh, who was that? It was Luke Hawks. ACH sending Hawks out of the match. And we're back down to 6 men in the ring. We've had 17 enter so far. There are still 13 spots remaining. Falcon Arrow by BB Hulk taking ACH down. Aerostar's got Kincaid up in the electric chair. Backbreaker by Hulk on ACH. Huge knee lift by Angelico on Mystico. Step up Enziguri. Now Kincaid in trouble. Aerostar's got him teetering over the top rope. And he's out, and that is going to bring out Maximo, a.k.a. Maximo Sexy. One of the most famous exotico wrestlers in Mexico. It's basically a sort of a gender-bending tradition in Mexico. People like Maximo Sexy, like Pimpinela Escarlata. Those are probably the two most famous current exoticos. But it's, in the same tradition of guys like Gorgeous George or Exotic Adrian Street, or even to a degree Rico Constantino. Chase Owens from Bullet Club coming in now, number 19. Chase Owens was ranked number 222 back in 2015. We got 7 wrestlers in the ring, which means there is room for one more. We're about to find out who drew number 20. Oh, it is Seth Rollins, the architect of the dissolution of the Shield. That's ACH was just eliminated by Maximo. Seth Rollins was ranked number 1 in 2015. So he's the odds-on favorite. But drawing number 20, not a bad draw, but it's not a great one either. Considering the later the draw, the better your chances of winning. In 96, was won by number 30. So far, the winners have come from 30, 30, 27, 26, 30, 27, 14, 29, 29. So, those late numbers definitely helping. While I was looking that up, BB Hulk is out, and Angelico is out. And they're dropping like flies now. Mystico is out. And Seth Rollins is already out. 95 seconds for the number 1 ranked wrestler in the world. King Cuerno, now better known to the world as Swerve Strickland, was a revelation in Lucha Underground. And Steve Anthony, another one of those guys in the 200s, ranked number 224. So 22 of 30 men have entered this match. 8 remain, including number 5, Shinsuke Nakamura, number 8, Rusev, and number 24, Luke Harper. And here comes number 159, Angel de Oro. Going to be our third masked wrestler in the ring, alongside Aerostar and... alongside Aerostar and King Cuerno. Aerostar came in at number 8 and is still in there. Definitely the most impressive. Nice move by Maximo Sexy. Anthony tries to drop the elbow on Aerostar. Does not work. And in at number 24 is Wesley Blake. Blake now hits the ring. Blake at the time was teaming with Buddy Murphy in NXT, and then on the main roster, which they were pretty much only there as an Alexa Bliss delivery vehicle. And then they were quickly shunted down the card. Murphy caught on. Blake never really quite did after that. Eventually joining the Forgotten Sons, which is a stable whose purpose basically meant that, nobody pays any attention to us, so we're all going to band together. Which just reminds people that nobody pays attention to you. And as such, Wesley Blake is eliminated. So is Chase Owens. Bestia 666 has entered the match. He's the 210th ranked wrestler. So there are 5 wrestlers still to go. 3 of them in the top 30. One of them was number 31. And the 5th was number 207. And that's it for Steve Anthony. And Aerostar. Aerostar is eliminated after a great run. He came in at number 8, lasted 13 minutes, 46 seconds. On Maximo's gone. We got 2 masked men and one who paints his face. King Cuerno, Angel de Oro, and Bestia 666. Oh no, it is now time for Rusev to Udria and Rusev to Machka. It's not Rusev Day yet, but it might be if he's able to win this Rumble. Alexander Rusev, now known in AEW as Miro. God's favorite champion, the Redeemer. Oh, big STO by King Cuerno. And what's he going for here? Oh, Kryptonite Crunch. Driving Rusev down while Bestia 666 and Angel de Oro go at it. And here comes that number 207 I was mentioning, Chris Melendez, who you may remember from Good Chick. I don't know why his arms are all gold and glowy, but this was the only Chris Melendez I could find on Community Creations. So Angel de Oro, King Cuerno, Chris Melendez, Rusev, and Bestia 666 all in the ring. 3 more still to come. 4, 3, 2, 1. And here comes the number 5 ranked wrestler of 2015, New Japan Pro Wrestling's Shinsuke Nakamura. Angel de Oro immediately goes after him and hits him with a drop kick. Cuerno gives one to Melendez. Bestia's in trouble against the ropes. And Rusev sends him home. Big discus clothesline by Melendez. 2 men remaining. And we're about to find out who drew number 29. It is Go Shiozaki, the number 31 the number 31 ranked wrestler in 2015. He is the 29th entrant in this match, which means we know that number 30 must be the number 24 ranked wrestler, Luke Harper. Yeah. So our final 7 are the 6 men in the ring and Luke Harper. Angel De Oro, King Cuerno, Chris Melendez, Go Shiozaki, Rusev, Shinsuke Nakamura. Well, not Nakamura. Angel De Oro just eliminated him. And now Oro is out, courtesy of Rusev. And in comes Luke Harper. And out goes Melendez. Another elimination for Rusev, who then just kicks Go Shiozaki's head off. We're down to our final 4. So the one that's been in there the longest, King Cuerno, came in at number 21. Rusev was 26. Shiozaki was 29. And Luke Harper just came in at number 30. Rusev ranked number 8. Harper number 24. Shiozaki number 31. And Cuerno number 63. So considering this Rumble was full of people in the hundreds and 200s, the fact that the final 4 are all 63 or higher, pretty solid. Means we're going to get a top level winner no matter who it is. Obviously Rusev and Harper are the favorites, but don't be surprised if Shiozaki or Cuerno pulls this one out. Short arm chops there by Shiozaki. And a big hip toss and a drop kick to the back of the head by Rusev. Scoop. And a fall away slam. Just doing a quick check to make sure everything's working like it's supposed to be on YouTube. Yeah, looks like we're good. Checking messages, make sure it's not. Yep, good stuff. Okay, we're all good. Now, Harper, Cuerno, Shiozaki, and Rusev are the final 4 here for the year 2015. This is our 8th of what will wind up being 33 Rumbles. And a shot to the back from Rusev, and Cuerno is gone. And now Harper going for a side suplex. No. Elbow to the head from Rusev. And a kick to the midsection. And now Rusev's got him up. And a delayed back body drop. Numbers 26, 29, and 30. Those are their entrance numbers. 8, 24, and 31 are their ranks in the PWI 500. So these 3 all relatively well rested, all relatively highly ranked, and Rusev is gone. It is down to Luke Harper and Go Shiozaki. Harper's the favorite at this point. Higher rank in the 500 and the fresher man, having come in about 35-ish seconds after Shiozaki. Yeah. Shiozaki managed to get to his feet, but Harper's got him up. And take him over to the ropes. Oh, it just stun guns him across the top. Shiozaki in a bad way here. Oh, bitch, a kick to the head. And there we go. We're getting the thing. Let's go Shiozaki in the wrestling gear. Luke Harper in the stained tank top and jeans. There's the shots to the midsection. Oh, Shiozaki dodges the big lariat from Harper. That might have been it if he'd been able to land it. Harper now leaned against the ropes. Shiozaki going for an exploder suplex to the floor. That's it for Luke Harper. Go Shiozaki is your winner. Entering at number 29. Again, those high numbers. Yeah. Oh, Shane Zaki. Go Shiozaki is your winner here. He is the 8th wrestler to qualify. I'm just going to look at where he kind of stands here among the winners. You know what? His performance a little less impressive than Ryback's. He was in there slightly longer. It's pretty much neck and neck between him and Ryback, plus Thrasher and Masayuki Kono, for who's going to wind up stuck in that three-way that's going to happen Monday night to decide who gets the last spot in the grand finale match. So we are getting ready to bring back the wheel. Crop it down because you guys don't need to see all the extra crap that's on the screen from this site. Okay. Nope. Yeah. Okay, here we go. Let's bring that over to the main screen. And we're going to give it a spin. And we're going to find out what our 9th match of the day is. And it is 2017. 2017 is the next Rumble up on the docket. Favorites in this one: number 1, Kazuchika Okada; number 3, Kevin Owens; number 11, Neville; number 20, Kushida; number 23, Katsuyori Shibata; number 24, Johnny Mundo; number 27, Eddie Edwards; and number 29, the Bruiserweight, Pete Dunne. Let me get 2017 synced up here. I don't know why it is, but on a PC keyboard, the Windows button is always right where I want the Alt button to be. So a lot of times I will try to do something with Alt and wind up accidentally just opening up a menu. Alright, and Congo Kong is the first entrant here. We had lots and lots of big names in this one. I will give a little bit of a trigger warning here. 2017 was pretty much right before all the speaking out stuff started. So you are going to see, especially among the British wrestlers, a lot of guys who have since been rightfully canceled for doing horrible things to women and, in at least one case, to children. So when you see them show up, again, this is not an endorsement of them as a person. It is merely the video game equivalent. I have pulled these lists from Pro Wrestling Illustrated. These are the top stars of those years. Many of them are absolute scum. You'll hear me say the same thing in 2004 when a certain someone enters as well. Double murderer Chris Benoit. But out next, number 2, Congo Kong, the first man out.
Introducing the individual who drew number 2 from New York.
Nope.
Weighing in at 178 pounds,
TJP. TJ Perkins making his way to the ring. At this point, he was pretty much the face of WWE's Cruiserweight division, ill-fated though that was. But he has made his way to the ring. He will start the match with Congo Kong. And there's the bell. Congo pulling TJP up. No, Dragon Screw leg whip by TJ Perkins. And a kick to the spine. And a stomp, and a kick to the midsection. TJP rolling here early, up to the top rope. Moonsault, beautifully done, right across the chest of Congo Kong. And number 3 is about to make his entrance. And it is Trent from the Best Friends. 2017, there was no All Elite Wrestling yet, so Trent was working the independent scene. He was not able to legally use the name Beretta, which was at the time a trademark of WWE. They called him Trent Beretta. He has since won that name back, but a lot of times you will see him listed during these days as just Trent, or sometimes even as Trent ? As to acknowledge that there should be a last name there, but there isn't. And in at number 4, it is Tim Storm from the NWA. And we got a weird crop going on here. It is, I notice it's leaving people's names off the top of the screen. So I'm going to try and fix that here. Stand by. I'm fixing a video that got weirdly cropped, and here comes Eddie Edwards. There we go. That's better, right? The HUD's not all weirdly cropped off. Eddie Edwards was ranked number 27 in the year 2017. And he goes right after TJP, hanging him across the top rope. All right, here we go. The prize fighter, Kevin Owens, ranked number 3 in 2017. Unfortunately, he's the 6th entrant here. He's got a long way to go. No eliminations yet. Well, as soon as I say that, Trent is gone. Eliminated by Eddie Edwards. Backbreaker by Kevin Owens on TJP. And he just stomps on the arm. Yamato coming in at number 7. He was ranked 47th in 2017. Deals immediately with Congo Kong. While Kevin Owens, I thought he might have been about to give a stunner to TJP. Nope, just punches him in the face instead. And Tim Storm, it's the DDT on Eddie Edwards. 5 seconds until we find out who drew number 8. Storm's got Edwards lined up. Charges it. No, Edwards sidesteps him, and to the floor he goes. Tim Storm is the second man eliminated. And that will bring out Kushida. New Japan Pro Wrestling. He did have a brief stint in WWE. We're going back to Japan, and then I think he's mostly in Impact now. Oh, Owens. His aim was a little bit off as he tried to eliminate TJP there. And Perkins lucked out. And number 9 is Mark Haskins, who at the time was a star in Ring of Honor and has since kind of fallen off the map. I'm not sure if he was... You know what? I'm not going to speculate. Stand by 1 second. Holy cow, we just lost 3 real quick. Yamato, Eddie Edwards, and Kushida are all gone. Kushida only lasted 49 seconds. Oh, you know what? Fuck Marty Scurll. You know, I'll be honest. I don't know what happened to Mark Briscoe. Or not Mark Briscoe, Mark Haskins. He just kind of disappeared. He's not listed. There's nothing past 2021. But yeah, Marty Scurll. On June 22nd, 2022, was accused of taking advantage of a 16-year-old girl who was inebriated. Skrull would release 2 statements in which he did not deny the allegations but claimed the encounter was consensual while both participants were intoxicated. On June 25th, Ring of Honor announced they launched an investigation concerning the allegations, and on January 4th, 2021, it was announced that Skrull had left Ring of Honor. So in the time it took me to read that, the motherfucker got himself eliminated. And Skrull is out after only 56 seconds. Katsuyori Shibata came in while I was looking that up. And here comes Andrew Everett. Folks, if you are not following Andy E. Plays on Twitch or YouTube, Andrew Everett is a freaking blast. Perkins is gone, eliminated by Kong. Everett, 7'4", can do a moonsault. The son of Andre the Giant, just an absolute beast of a human, who's also a huge nerd, runs an E-Fed using Fire Pro. I love, love, love Andrew Everett. Kazuchika Okada in at number 13, the Rainmaker. Okada was ranked number 1 in the world in 2017. Move to the midsection now. It's number 1 against number 3 as Okada and Owens do battle. And Shibata eliminates Kongo Kong. And Andrew Everett is gone, courtesy of Mark Haskins. Owens with a torture rack neck breaker on Okada. And now here comes Johnny Mundo. Later, John Morrison. Currently, Johnny TV. Also been Johnny Impact. Whoa! Shibata eliminates Kazuchika Okada only in the match for 47 seconds before Shibata kicked him over the top rope. Huge upset. And now Haskins eliminates Shibata. And number 15 is Fred Yehi. I've never actually heard his name pronounced out loud, which is weird, because I've been aware of him for years. I've just never heard his name spoken. He's got Mark Haskins up on his shoulders. Big backbreaker. Owens running the ropes, looking for the senton. Yes! Right across the chest of Johnny Mundo. And Haskins hung out to dry by Yehi. And here comes the bruiserweight, Pete Dunne, ranked number 29 in the 2017 PWI 500. Was right after Kevin Owens. Owens now the odds-on favorite with Okada eliminated. Yes, you heard that right. If you're just joining us, Kazuchika Okada has already been eliminated from the 2017 match. And Owens super kicks Pete Dunne to the floor. Only 18 seconds for the bruiserweight Pete Dunne. Shocking exit. And in comes from El Inframundo, Drago. Man, I miss the ring announcer from Lucha Underground. I love the way she would introduce Drago. Mark Haskins is out. I'm just going to reduce the size of that banner at the top so that it stops cutting off people's names. Drago and Yehi going at it. Fourth, Drago going to walk the ropes. No, just a diving arm drag. Luster, the legend, coming in at number 18. One half of the tag team, Reno Scum. Drago tries to whip Owens reversed. Some nice acrobatics there from Drago, and a shotgun drop kick takes Owens down. Luster in some trouble already. Yeah, he's got him up. Yehi now getting some help from Drago. And Luster, the legend, only 21 seconds in and out. And number 19 is Tonga Loa from the Gorillas of Destiny, then members of the Bullet Club. Johnny Mundo's got Kevin Owens up for that rolling Samoan drop. And a poison Rana on Drago. Yeah, just kind of beating the crap out of Mundo right now. And then a running knee to the side of Drago's head. So any alliance they may have had after taking out Luster the Legend, oh, it's gone. And in at number 20, it is the perfect 10, Ty Dillinger. Of course, it comes in at 20 as it is a multiple of 10. Yeah, sending him toward the corner, but he's blocked by Kevin Owens being in the way. Oh, brutal backbreaker. And a fisherman suplex. 5 seconds left until we find out who drew number 21. And it is the highest ranked wrestler remaining, number 11, Adrian Neville. AKA the Bastard Pack. Pack going after Johnny Mundo. 7 wrestlers in the ring. Still to come, nobody ranked higher than 50th. Number 50 is Tyler Bate, Crazy Steve, Bad Luck Fale, Big Cass, the only other ones ranked over 100 that have not yet made their entrances. Of course, Kevin Owens, Johnny Mundo, and Neville all ranked in the top 30. Here comes Jack Gallagher, another wrestler named in the Speaking Out movement. It's very frustrating that we're still at a time where Jack Gallagher was released in October of 2020 after being accused of sexual assault. Well, somebody's gone. Dillinger about to join whoever it was. Drago was the one before him. He's the one that's missing. 6 wrestlers in the ring now. Discus elbow there by Johnny Mundo, taking Neville down. So it's Fred Yehai, Neville, Johnny Mundo, Tangaloa, Kevin Owens, and Jack Gallagher all in the ring right now. Still with 8 spots remaining. None of them ranked higher than 50th. Nice German suplex there by Pac. By Neville, taking down Johnny Mundo. 4 seconds away from finding out who drew number 23, and it is Crazy Steve. Not Crazy Steve, he's crazy. AKA Crazy Steve, because there's 2 Z's, and that's not how you spell crazy. He's so crazy he can't even spell his own name right. Greco-Roman knuckle lock on Tangaloa. Oh man, just those standing corkscrew moonsaults by Neville. And then just a regular moonsault missed. 7 wrestlers in the ring right now. Gallagher going to try and take Kevin Owens out. Bad Luck Fale, another member of the Bullet Club, making his entrance. Johnny Mundo is out. Crazy Steve going after Kevin Owens. Nice hip toss. Almost more of a judo throw there by Owens. I'm sure there's a fancy Japanese name for that that Taz could tell us. But I don't really follow judo, so I don't know the names of a lot of the throws. So we've got 6 more spots to go. Kevin Owens, of course, has been in there the longest, having entered at number 6. He is still in there as number 25 is preparing to make his entrance. Neville with the red arrow across the back of Bad Luck Fale. And out comes Mojo Rawley. The Mojo Dojo Casa House of Fire is Mojo Rawley. Clothesline turning Loa inside out. You guys going to try and get Gallagher out. Oh, and as I was recording this, yes, my DualSense wireless controller battery got low. So I plugged it in, and shouldn't see that again in any of the other Royal Rumbles. That was just the first one. I forgot to actually plug it in while I was recording. So, nice elevated Bulldog by Crazy Steve. And that might be it for Tongaloa, and it is. Tongaloa, nice run. 5 minutes, 43 seconds for Tongaloa. He's the 18th man eliminated from this Rumble. Up, and now Steve is right behind him, eliminated by Mojo. Fale working over Neville against the ropes. And Neville's out. They got 5 men left in the ring. 5 men left to come out, which means this is your final 10. These 5 men alongside Tyler Bate, Big Cass, Enzo Amore, Braxton Sutter, and Jimmy Havoc are the final 10 here. Nice jumping knee there by Ehai. Fred Ehai now, the man that's been in there the longest, having come in at number 15. Here's Big Cass, and he's 7 feet tall, and you can't teach that. Owens is gone. 14 minutes, 33 seconds. But he's eliminated by Jack Gallagher, by little British sex pest Jack Gallagher. Gallagher now going after Bad Luck Fale. Seems like a very unwise decision. Oh, boot to the midsection by Ehai. And in at number 27 is Tyler Bate. Hailing from Mustache Mountain. Tyler Bate. One of only a handful of top British stars not named in the Speaking Out movement. So good for you, Tyler, for being a decent person, seemingly, and not having any allegations of sexual misconduct. That shouldn't be that hard, but somehow it is for a lot of wrestlers, especially in the later part of the 2010s. And apparently in Britain for some reason. And here's Enzo Amore. Oh, Rowley's gone. Enzo is a certified G and a bona fide stud, and you can't teach that. Reunited with his tag team partner, Big Cass. Unfortunately, because you can't do men and women in the same match, there's no Carmella. Carmella, hot as hell, as Enzo would remind you during his introductions for their trio. In at number 29 is Braxton Sutter, now known as the Blade. Number 29 has yielded a couple of winners so far. Number 30 means the only one left we haven't seen is Jimmy Havoc, who was accused of emotional and verbal abuse by a former partner. And on June 19th, 2020, AEW announced that he would be attending therapy, and they would come to a decision about his employment at a later date, and then released him less than 2 months later, meaning that they were clearly not satisfied with his progress. Tyler Bate is out. Jimmy Havoc is in. I'll say it again. Screw Jimmy Havoc. But these are your final 7 participants. Every wrestler has entered the 2017 Rumble. Whoever is the last man not to be thrown over the top rope with both feet hitting the floor will be the winner, and we'll move on to the grand finale match Monday night. I keep almost saying tomorrow, but I'm not doing a stream tomorrow. I'm taking the night off tomorrow just to kind of rest my voice. I'm going to be doing about 9 hours of streaming total today. I did a little over 4 hours earlier. I'm planning about 5 on this one. About an hour and a half in so far. Still haven't seen anything from the early 90s. Nothing from 91 to 95 has been spun up. Most of the Attitude Era hasn't really. 98, 99 we haven't seen. We will see what comes up on the wheel after this match ends. And we have our, what's our 9th spot clinched? 3, 4, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. This is the 10th match. Is it? 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Yeah. Oh, and Bad Luck Fale is out. Big Cass eliminating Fale. Six men remain. Fred Yehi and Braxton Sutter, Enzo Amore and Jack Gallagher, Big Cass and Jimmy Havoc. That's your final 6. Cass has Havoc in trouble. Oh, and Sutter just eliminated Yehi. And Havoc is gone. Yehi was in there for 13 minutes, 42 seconds. Great long run there for Fred Yehi. Comes up a little short on the Iron Man quest, as Kevin Owens did last 51 seconds longer in this match. But our final 4 are men who entered at number 22, 26, 28, and 29. Jack Gallagher, Big Cass, Enzo Amore, Braxton Sutter. Big Cass, the only wrestler of the 4 remaining ranked in the top 100 in the 2017 PWI 500, who is number 94. Gallagher, the longest odds, was ranked number 145. And actually looks like he might be about to be eliminated by Enzo. And he is. Nice showing by Jack Gallagher. 10 minutes, 18 seconds. But also, screw Jack Gallagher. Braxton Sutter now having to deal with both Enzo and Big Cass. And, you know, it's going to take a lot of tenacity, and you can't teach that. Sutter's got to be thinking, you know, he's got to be wondering, what has he got here? A couple of haters? And a big neck breaker takes Enzo down. If Sutter had a dime for every member of this tag team that he's going to have to eliminate to win the Royal Rumble, he would have 2 dimes. All right, full Nelson slam by Cass. And it's pummeling Sutter. And a big clubbing blow to the back of the head. Oh, now he turned on Enzo. He's going to eliminate his own partner? He's got him up. Enzo in some trouble here. Is he going over? Big Cass has him in trouble. No, Enzo fires out of it. Cass has him up. East River Crossing. Series of strikes. They're no running big boot. Cass doing the Hulk Hogan pose there. Went for a big punch, blocked by Enzo. Sutter should really just hang back and let these two go at it. But Enzo wised up. Now he's going to hang him out to dry, dropping him throat and chest first across that top rope. You know, we call them ropes. They are steel cables wrapped in plastic, basically for aesthetic purposes. Some promotions will tape them after wrapping them in plastic too. But really, it's steel cable. It hurts like hell to run into it. Actually, pretty much everything in wrestling hurts like hell. You may not think it. You think, oh, it's padding. But it's padding on top of a metal and wooden frame. And the padding's only like that thick. So, you know, the human body is not meant to fall down over and over again. Like, lay a yoga mat out on your, your living room floor, and then just fall flat on your back onto the yoga mat. That hurts, right? That's basically what falling in a wrestling ring feels like. And there's nothing natural about anything these guys put their bodies through. And that is one thing that I will be very grateful for my wrestling training for. Is I always knew that. Like, logically, I knew that, but feeling it for myself, I gained a new appreciation for just how hard the ring is and how much even the easiest bump hurts. It's like in the first X-Men movie when Wolverine's driving Rogue and Rogue asks him about the claws coming out of his hand. He said, "Do they hurt?" And he said, "Every time." Yeah, just from talking to wrestlers, it never starts feeling good taking bumps. It only ever hurts. Big kick by Enzo, ducked by Sutter. This is it feels like every time we get down to the final three in these matches, they just turn it into a regular wrestling match. Nobody ever seems to be in a rush to finish things. Stomp on the arm. Spear by Enzo. Sorry, texting my wife here real quick. There we go. Sorry about that. Sutter now with a double leg drop across the chest of Enzo. Big Cass having a one-man pose down over in the corner. And just punching the hell out of Sutter here. Enzo comes up behind Sutter. Big clothesline, turning him inside out. Look, he went for a Superman punch on Cass and just missed. And now Enzo, another downward spiral. And Big Cass is gone. 10 minutes, 43 seconds. Down to our last two. It's Enzo Amore and Braxton Sutter. Braxton working over the arm. Like Enzo wants to tap out, but he knows he can't. You can only be eliminated by going over the top rope with both feet hitting the floor. And Sutter just mercilessly pummeling Enzo Amore right now. And he's got him up for a side suplex and drives him down. And a double leg drop by Sutter. Now headed up to the top. Swanton bomb right across the chest of Enzo. Now Sutter's got Enzo up and over. Braxton Sutter is the winner. 2017's winner is Braxton Sutter.
Here is your winner, Bradford Sutton.
He's got to be considered pretty much on the bubble right now. I'd say more impressive than Thrasher and Kono's performances. Still low ranked, not in there very long. I mean, 9 minutes 57 seconds after entering at 29 is solid, but I don't think. I think there will probably be worse performances in later Rumbles that will bump him into the top 29, so he won't have to qualify. But right now, I would say he's like right on the bubble. And it is about time to bring in the wheel again. And give it a spin. The wheel of possibility, however it may roll. Give it a spin. See if, no. Out of My Head by Fastball. Not a song a lot of people remember, but I love it. The Way was a great song. Out of My Head, even better, in my opinion. All right, so we've got several years still to go. I said that was the 10th, which means we've got 21 years still here on the wheel. And then Monday, when I stream again, there will be an additional year on there. I just haven't had a chance to finish editing 2022. But here we go, giving it a spin. We're going to find out what year is next, and it is 2019. And the crowd goes mild. I love that little bit of applause in the background. Like, yeah, you spun a wheel. So, top names in the 2019 Rumble. We are going to see number 4 ranked Kofi Kingston. Number 6, Johnny Gargano. Number 12, Switchblade Jay White. Number 13, Tommaso Ciampa. Number 14, Walter. Number 22, Ray Fenix. Number 23, Jeff Cobb. Ooh, that was a weird voice breaky thing. And number 26, Velveteen Dream. Again, screw that guy. And number 28, Pentagon Jr. Those are your 9 top ranked wrestlers, all of them in the top 30. Plus, we got 4 more guys that are in the 30s. This one, we didn't have to dig quite as deep to find 30 guys. So, should be a pretty competitive match with some decent star power. Let's go now to the 2019 Rumble. Well, maybe not now, because I forgot to... There we go. Make it visible. Also, again, gonna crop out my taskbar because you don't care about any of the stuff that's at the bottom. Mustafa Ali is number 1, representing Retribution. He was ranked number 55 in 2019, his highest ranking ever.
Introducing the participants. First, from Chicago, Illinois, weighing in at 182 pounds, the Superstar.
Well, that guy's very happy about Ali. Ali, again, ranked number 55, making his entrance. Was getting over as a plucky underdog babyface, so of course, WWE turned him heel and aligned him with a stable that had no chance of ever getting over. I don't want it to sound like I hate WWE. I don't. I hate WWE booking. I haven't liked the way they book their shows for a decade. There are things I like. There are guys I like. There are women I like. Their women's division is phenomenal. I don't know why this is all right. So let me bring back up the Speaking Out article.
Introducing the individual who drew number 2 from Washington, weighing in at 245 pounds, Valentine, the Dream.
Velveteen Dream was accused of having inappropriate communications with minors as well as attempting to groom them. Yes, this is the actual grooming, not the thing that people tell you that trans people are doing or gay people are doing. No, this is the actual grooming of, like, taking children and trying to get them, like, basically so that you are their world so that you can then have sex with them when they grow up. That's what grooming is. That's not at all what the LGBTQIA plus community is doing. So, fuck you if you think otherwise. Velveteen Dream was accused of having inappropriate communications with minors as well as attempting to groom them. He had previously been accused of sending inappropriate photos to minors several months earlier, which at that time he denied. Following Velveteen Dream's return on the August 12th episode of NXT, which was met with heavy criticism for fans, Triple H stated that WWE had investigated the allegations and they didn't find anything. Following his release, he issued a statement denying the allegations on May 24th, 2021. And he was released. So, yeah. Again, screw that guy. I hope Ali eliminates him immediately. Like, as soon as the bell rings, just running clothesline over the top. I mean, look at the guy. Now that is... You know what, I shouldn't say that, because I know that's what certain people on the right think gay people are doing. It is not. But this is what a groomer looks like. Patrick Clark, a.k.a. Velveteen Dream. All right, I'm going to step off my soapbox here, but I do hope Ali just beats the ever-loving shit out of him. Spinning boot to the midsection. A series of stomps. Velveteen Dream was ranked number 26. He is one of the odds-on favorites here, but that is not a favorable draw. Ali, not sure what he's going for here. We're about to have our third entrant here. Ali missed. Look at maybe a blockbuster attempt. He just came up short. Or not short. He just was like wide left. Chad Gable from American Alpha coming in at number 3 now. Spinning back fist by Velveteen Dream. Gable is ready, willing, and Gable here. Go behind on Dream. Trips him up. This might have been right after the breakup of American Alpha. Timeline's a little fuzzy for me. For a while, Gable was one of my favorite wrestlers in the entire world, and then shockingly ruined as soon as he got called up to the main roster. And our fourth entrant is Tony Nese, the premier athlete. And, cross body by Velveteen getting out of that side suplex. We've got Ali, Velveteen Dream, Chad Gable, Tony Nese. At this point in 2019, all 4 of these men were under WWE contracts. At this point, currently, only Ali and Gable are. Nese is in AEW. Dream is out of wrestling entirely. And in at number 5 is Zeus. Not the one from No Holds Barred. No, this is a Japanese wrestler who also goes by Zeus. Also, I had to create him because I couldn't find all of the Zeuses in Community Creations were either Tony Lister or the Greek god. This is Zeus. Chad Gable is out. The first man out. Only a minute 26 in the ring for Chad Gable. 5 seconds away from finding out who drew number 6. And it is Johnny Gargano. NXT coming out without the Rebel Heart, his theme at the time, which is one of my all-time favorite wrestling entrances. Series of left hands by Zeus, but he just gets hip-tossed over by Dream. And now Nese going to try to eliminate Dream, and Tony Nese is now my favorite wrestler in the world. Congratulations, Tony. You are great. Kick to the side of the head by Gargano. And out comes Taichi from New Japan Pro Wrestling. Bringing the total of wrestlers in the ring to 5. Taichi, the 7th man to enter total so far. Chad Gable and Velveteen Dream have been eliminated, as has Tony Nese now. Four men in the ring. We've still got 23 more to go. Less than 5 seconds now until we find out who drew number 8. And it is Konosuke Takeshita, who peaked at number 101 in 2019. I can promise you he will be much higher than that in the 2023 list. Takeshita is probably a top 50 wrestler for 2023. I'll be very surprised if he's not in the top 50. Mustafa Ali is gone. Taichi sending him to the floor. Taichi and Gargano, Takeshita and Zeus. And then at number 9 is the Machine, Brian Cage. And Zeus is gone. Representing Team Taz is Brian Cage, the FTW World Champion. Oh, man, inverted Samoan drop takes Taichi down. Needs a big right hand from Takeshita. Now Johnny Gargano trying to send him over the top. Takeshita trying to do the same to Taichi. And number 10 is David Starr. Hey, look. I've still got this pulled up. David Starr. On June 17th, 2020, independent wrestler David Starr was accused of sexual assault by a former girlfriend, which Starr denied. After the allegation came out, several wrestling promotions stripped Starr of his titles and fired him. The following day, numerous people in and out of the pro wrestling industry accused several wrestlers, promoters, personalities, and journalists of sexual misconduct. The hashtag Speaking Out began to spread on social media when people told their stories. Hashtag Speaking Out was a trending topic on Twitter. Soon after, one of the victims making the accusation stated that Yorkshire police were investigating the accusations and that she and another victim had a list of 70 wrestlers with 100 documented incidents. So David Starr, really the one that started this whole thing. Austin Theory came and went in the time it took me to read that. 11 seconds for Austin Theory. I remember when he was supposed to be the next big thing. Had a main event segment with Vince McMahon. Was the guy who took the weird egg thing. Yeah, that sucked. Baron Corbin now in at number 12. 2019, a big year for Baron Corbin. That was the year he won King of the Ring. I think it was the year before he got to be poor, and then another year before he was happy. Baron Corbin's had a rough go of it. He's never a very good wrestler, but he's always had a good personality. Always been an entertaining guy. He's just been saddled with bad gimmick after bad gimmick. And thank you, Brian Cage. You are now my favorite wrestler, having eliminated David Starr. Now Dash Wilder from the Revival. The tag team now known as FTR goes right after Johnny Gargano. Who could forget the wars that Wilder and his partner Scott Dawson had with Gargano and his partner Tommaso Ciampa. Taichi is out, courtesy of Baron Corbin. We got Gargano and Corbin. Oh, and now Takeshita joining Gargano and going after Corbin. Oh no, here comes Brody King. In at number 14, this giant of the independent circuit. Now he's a mainstay in AEW. For a very long time was a member of the AEW Trios Champions. Takeshita is out. Johnny Gargano seeing to that. And now Corbin trying to get Gargano out, but no, Gargano with the sort of the leverage, sort of a pendulum kicking Corbin in the face. And number 15 is Matt Taven, representing the Kingdom. 2019, his best year, winning the Ring of Honor World Championship at Madison Square Garden. He was ranked number 37 in 2019. Johnny Gargano ranked number 6. He's still in there. He entered at number 6. And of course, as soon as I say that, Dash Wilder clotheslines him up and over the top. That's it for Gargano. But a great showing from Johnny Wrestling. And a couple of eliminations. That's going to bring out Jordan Devlin. Now, Devlin is an interesting case in regards to the whole speaking out thing. Because he was accused of physical abuse by a former partner. Progress Wrestling did suspend him, but he WWE did not take any action. They suspended him. They released a statement, but because there were never any arrests or convictions, they just kind of let it go. And Jordan Devlin now working as J.D. McDonough. And that's going to bring out Kofi Kingston. This was the year of Kofi Mania. Brody King is out. Kofi Kingston ranked number 4 on the 2019 PWI 500. Oh, and Corbin just turns him inside out and then punches him in the face. Yeah, Kofi had a great 2019, but he's got a big hill to climb coming in at number 17. Still 13 more wrestlers to come, starting with Jeff Cobb. Cobb ranked number 23. Big year for Cobb. who has appeared for pretty much every major promotion. That was Devlin. Yep, Jordan Devlin, only lasting a minute 20. Brian Cage taking out all of the accused sex pests. Once again, Brian Cage, you're my favorite wrestler. It's like, Domino's, you're my favorite pizza place. You're not. I like Domino's just fine, but it's not my favorite. Jay White, the Switchblade, representing Bullet Club, coming in at number 19. He's now the leader of Bullet Club Gold in AEW. At the time, he was just a star on the rise, ranked number 12 in the 2019 PWI 500. Just kicking Corbin in the chest. Brian Cage working over Matt Taven. Excuse me. One. Oh, and it is Ray Fenix. One half of the Lucha Bros. One of the 4 participants in the greatest match I have ever seen live. When Ray and his brother Pentagon Jr., who we will see later in this match, took on the Young Bucks in a cage match in Chicago at All Out in 2021. Just a remarkable match. The best match I have ever seen live. He's now working with Dash Wilder. These guys know each other pretty well, too. The duos of FTR, at that point, the Revival, and the Lucha Brothers. They have had some wars in AEW and Ring of Honor. Nice pop-up punch there by Taven. So currently in the ring, we've got the number 6 ranked wrestler, number 4, number 23, number 12, number 22, all in the ring right now. So that's 5 out of the 9 highest ranked wrestlers in the match. Velveteen Dream's are already gone, thank God. We still have not seen Tommaso Ciampa at number 13, Volter at number 14, or Pentagon Jr. at number 28. Plus there are 7 other wrestlers we haven't seen yet. And Brian Cage is gone. Nice run by Cage. A little shy of 8 minutes, but he managed to notch 3 eliminations during his time. David Starr, Brody King, and Jordan Devlin. So, congratulations, Cage. You had a good run, and you are my favorite wrestler. Cobb with a delayed vertical suplex. Cobb and Wilder. It is Taven and White. Oshigoroshi there by Taven, driving his knee into the face of Jay White. Corbin looking to catch his breath. Corbin's had a good run so far. He came in at number 12. And we're about to find out who number 21 is. And that is Sonata. Seiya Sonata from New Japan Pro Wrestling. Who in the year 2023 was the New Japan World Champion. Who was that? That was Wilder. Dash Wilder is out. 6 minutes, 38 seconds in the match for him, including 2 eliminations. Matt Taven is gone. Ray Fenix now on a tear. Back-to-back eliminations. Jay White and Jeff Cobb going at it, as are Ray Fenix and Kofi Kingston, which is a match I would love to see. And Corbin powerbombs Sonata to the floor, while pretty much at the exact same time, Cobb throws out White. 4 men in the ring: Baron Corbin, Jeff Cobb, Ray Fenix, and Kofi Kingston. And then we've still got 9 more still to make their entrances here. And Cobb is going to press slam Fenix. He's going to send him to the floor. He is. That's it for Ray Fenix. Only in the match for a little over 3 minutes, but he did notch 2 quick eliminations. And in comes Tama Tonga from the Gorillas of Destiny. We saw his partner Tonga Loa compete in the 2017 Rumble. How did Tonga Loa do? Let me pull that up real quick. Tonga Loa entered 19th. Lasted 5 minutes, 43 seconds. Eliminated Johnny Mundo before being eliminated by Crazy Steve. So we'll see if Tama Tonga can top his partner's performance. Oh, pendulum kick there by Corbin. And that is it for Corbin. I'm sorry, it wasn't Corbin. Corbin's still in there. Who was it that just went out? Oh, Jeff Cobb. Jeff Cobb is out. But Volter has now entered number 23, the ring general. Sorry, I can't hear. Giovanni Vinci. I can't hear him. Ludwig Kaiser. Sorry, I can't hear him announce Volter, now Gunther, to the ring without hearing the guys from New Legacy Inc. Making fun of his accent a little bit. Jackhammer on Corbin. Trent Seven, the other half of Mustache Mountain. Oh, now Corbin's gone. Trent Seven, not another one of the guys not named. The top British name. Mustache Mountain, good guys. Actually, I guess all of British Strong Style, because there were no allegations against Pete Dunne either. So it's not all of British wrestling. It's just this one little subset of the independent scene. Scott Dawson now coming in at number 25. No flips, just fists as Kofi takes Tama Tonga out. So Tonga only in there for a minute 49. He eliminated Jeff Cobb, but he couldn't last 2 minutes before being taken out by Kofi Kingston. So it's Kofi and Dawson, Volter, and Seven in the ring right now. We've got 5 more still to come, including Tommaso Ciampa and Pentagon Jr. Big European uppercut there by Dawson. And here comes Juice Robinson, rock hard Juice Robinson, in his pre-Bullet Club days. I guess this is pretty much the peak of Finn Juice, right? When he and David Finlay were kind of running the tag division in New Japan. Oh, he eats a boot to the midsection there from Volter. And, just a massive right hand and a big boot. Juice Robinson in and out. 22 seconds was all Juice Robinson was able to last. And in at number 28 is Cero Miedo Pentagon Jr. making his entrance. Beating his chest. Now Kofi with a neck breaker. That's Kofi and Pentagon. It's Dawson and Seven. And Volter catching his breath under the ropes. We got 3 more still to come. We know it's Tommaso Ciampa. We know Buddy Murphy and Flip Gordon. We just don't know in what order. Here comes Flip. Book Flip. Don't book Flip. Flip went down a weird rabbit hole, and now he's a conspiracy theorist, and he's just one of those guys. Like, I don't know, man. There's more information available to you now than at any time in human history, and to choose to believe just the stupidest lies, like, because you think you know better than everyone else in the world. It's so dumb. I have no time for people like Flip Gordon. And here comes Tommaso Ciampa, the Black Heart Ciampa. We saw his partner, Johnny Gargano, earlier on, had a good run. But Ciampa now hoping to pick up the win, entering number 29, which has been a lucky number thus far. Penta up and over the top, but he manages to pull himself back in. 7 men in the ring. Buddy Murphy will be joining them shortly. Buddy Murphy. He will be the 8th and final man in the ring. The 30th entrant in this 30-man Royal Rumble. Pentagon is out, courtesy of Volter. Oh, but now Dawson! Exploder suplex and Volter's out. And... oh, I thought Flip was going to be out. Ciampa almost able to get him up and over as well. We are down to the final 6 here in 2019. Again, if you're just joining us, this is Rumblin for Research. We're raising money for the National Pediatric Cancer Foundation. There is a link to donate in the description of the video. This is my first ever charity stream, so I wasn't quite sure how to set up the button to do it. So you're gonna have to do it from that link in the description. We've raised $100 so far. I was hoping to get to 1,000, but I also know I've got a pretty small audience. I am still working my way up to getting noticed by more people. Big thanks to the Southern Wrestling Federation for the exposure they've given me over the course of the last 4 months. I am forever grateful to the team there. A big shot to the back of the head by Trent. I'm sorry, not Trent. That's Flip Gordon. Trying to take Buddy Murphy over. Unable to. Murphy now a member of the House of Black in AEW under the name Buddy Matthews. But perhaps most important to some wrestling fans, not to me, I think he's an incredible wrestler. But a lot of people don't like him because he's dating Rhea Ripley, and everybody wants to be dating Rhea Ripley. Why wouldn't you? She's Rhea Ripley. But Murphy in some trouble here. Flip gonna try and get him out of the ring. Kofi has been in there the longest, and that is, yes, Buddy Murphy is out. Kofi came in at number 17. Trent Seven was 24. Scott Dawson was 25. Flip Gordon was 28. And Tommaso Ciampa was 29. So Kofi's been in there much longer than anybody else. And Trent Seven with a nice belly to back takedown on Ciampa. Flip Gordon is out, eliminated by Kofi. And he ducks the discus lariat attempt by Ciampa. Double leg, and then a double leg drop. And now Kofi Kingston and Trent Seven going at it. Scott Dawson and Tommaso Ciampa going at it. One of these men will move on to the grand finale match this Monday night here at Rumblin for Research. And all proceeds benefit the National Pediatric Cancer Foundation. Scott Dawson's gone. 5 minutes, 57 seconds. And looks like Trent Seven may be the next man out. Kofi trying to get him. And does. And we're down to 2. Trouble in Paradise. Spinning kick by Kofi. Ciampa is rocked by that kick. And another 2 Troubles in Paradise by Kofi. And Ciampa barely able to stand. And a third no. Ciampa ducks it. Super kick. Oh, but you know those kicks took a lot out of Ciampa. Oh, no. Not angel swings. What does he call that? There's a... why am I blanking on what that move is called? What is it called? It's not Project Ciampa. That's the backbreaker. Okay, here we go. Stare down. Tommaso Ciampa. The fairy tale ending. That's what he calls it. Thank you, Google. Oh, Kofi in some trouble. Ciampa not capitalizing. I'm not sure I understand the logic there. Going for powerbomb. Into the backbreaker. Ciampa now. Looks like he has shaken off the cobwebs from those 2 Trouble in Paradise kicks he took earlier. But that jawbreaker may have brought him roaring back. Thank you, Anonymous. I appreciate the $10 donation. Every little bit helps, and $10, very generous of you. Thank you. Thank you very much. This is a cause that's... Oh, and Kofi Kingston's the winner. I'll get back to thanking you in a second, Anonymous. But Kofi Kingston entering at number 17, lasting till the very end. And we're not going to get an announcement. Okay, Kofi, 14 minutes, 53 seconds, outlasting the rest of the field to win the 2019 Rumble and advance to the grand finale match Monday night. Big win for Kofi. And he moves on. Tough loss for Tommaso Ciampa. Does not get his fairy tale ending. Although he did manage to hit it in the home stretch. All right, so that is the 2019 Rumble. Again, thank you so much for the donation. We are raising funds for the National Pediatric Cancer Foundation. A friend of mine recently had a tragedy in his life that is related to pediatric cancer, and I wanted to help out however I could. Live in an entirely different time zone. It's hard to do. It's hard to help directly, but he and his wife were both just help get the word out, raise some money for the cause. That's how we want to honor his memory. So, in memory of Team Danny, that's why we're doing this here. So I appreciate so much your donation. Thank you. Had a couple donations so far. We had $110 donated over the course of today's streams. I'm going to be going for probably another 2.5-ish hours tonight, and then I'm going to do 2 more streams on Monday. I'm probably not going to stream at all tomorrow, just to kind of rest up, because I expect to have done about 9 to 10 hours of streaming today, and then another 9 to 10 on Monday. So just, kind of for my own sanity, I'm going to take that time tomorrow. But it is about that time to spin the wheel again to find out what our next Rumble is going to be. We've already seen 1996, 2013, 2014, 2011, 2020, 2000, 2001, 1997, 2015, 2017, 2019, and now we're going to 2005. 2005, I feel like another one of those, not exactly a banner year in the world of wrestling. There's some pretty solid names. Looking at the field for this match, Batista was ranked number 1, Satoshi Kojima number 3, JBL at number 5, Shelton Benjamin number 9, number 10 Hiroyoshi Tenzan, Tiger Mask at number 21, Petey Williams 23, Monty Brown 28. Plus we got a handful of guys in the 30s. The lowest ranked is number 171, which is low, but it's not as low as some of the guys we have seen in previous Rumbles. So let me get these. I wish I was more proficient in these streams. I'm working on it and getting better at them. Just, practice. But not having a producer, doing it all myself, some things just take a little longer than I wish they would. I'm working on kind of undoing the crop that I did so that the wheel would take up more of the screen than it did. Okay, I think we got it. Let me pull up that, and 2005. Pause it so that there's no audio yet, because, yep, as I suspected. Oh, and I did the thing again where I pulled on the Windows button, thinking it was Alt. It is not. That is not the same thing at all. But it is, for whatever reason, it is where I want Alt to be. Also, wow, Streamlabs is freaking out right now. Stand by. Again, one-man show, doing my own engineering as I go. Okay. Let's go ahead and transition over. Everything looks good, right? Awesome. In at number 1, it is Shelton Benjamin.
From Orangeburg, South Carolina, weighing in at 260 pounds, Shelton Benjamin.
There's no way Shelton Benjamin weighed 265 pounds in 2005. whoever made this edit, was rounding up, I guess. So this is our 12th Rumble, right? Yeah. So after this one, I think I'm going to take a little 15-minute break, just leg stretch, water refill, grab a snack maybe, and then we'll come back and finish the night strong. But number one, the first man out here in 2005 is Shelton Benjamin, and here comes number two. I talked about him a little bit earlier in the context of Hardcore Holly being an asshole. Matt Capitelli coming to the ring, one of the winners of Tough Enough Season 2, along with, I'm sorry, I guess it was Season 3. He and John Hennigan, who was later Johnny Nitro, then John Morrison, then Johnny Mundo, then Johnny Impact, now Johnny TV in AEW. The two of them won Season 3, and Capitelli, unfortunately, after a solid career in WWE development, developed a brain tumor and had to cut his career short. One of those great what could have beens. Back elbow by Shelton. And in at number 3 is the inventor of the Canadian Destroyer himself, the man to thank or blame for the current state of wrestling, depending on who you are and which podcasts you listen to. Petey Williams, one of the focal points of the early X Division in NWA TNA. 2005 would have been right about the time that TNA got its first TV deal on Fox Sports here in America. Those were good shows. I mean, for all its faults, and they are myriad, TNA had some good shows in 2005. Hiroyoshi Tenzan is going to be the fourth man out. 3 of the 8 favorites to win this match are among the first 4. Benjamin, Williams, and Tenzan, all out in the first 4 entrants. Long odds for some of the favorites here. And we're under 10 seconds on the countdown now to determine who is going to be number 5. Is it going to be another favorite, or are we going to start? It is! It's the number 28 ranked Monty Brown, the alpha male. Speaking of focal points of TNA, Monty Brown was a star. He should have won the NWA World title in 2005. But some questionable booking decisions were made, and he didn't. And unfortunately, his career never quite recovered, although he remained one of the most popular baby faces in the promotion for, a couple of years after that. But it was just never quite the same. In comes Chase Stevens, one half of the Naturals. Another tag team from early TNA. Chase Stevens, got a bone to pick with you, dude. You attacked my boy Colby Carter at the last CCW show. Colby Carter, one of my best friends in the wrestling industry. I have been, I've said on social media, all of my accounts are Colby Carter fan accounts. I'm a massive fan of his. In fact, I have his trading card in here somewhere. I haven't had it autographed yet, but big fan of Colby Carter. And Chase Stevens cheap shot at him after he won the CCW International title from Beast Man at the last CCW show in Nashville. So, Chase Stevens, you and I not on the best of terms right now. Capitelli, while I was talking about that, was eliminated by Hiroyoshi Tenzan. The first elimination of the match. Jimmy Rave now being worked over by Shelton Benjamin in the corner. And we are about to find out who drew number 8. Oh, man, when you talk about what could have been. Muhammad Hassan. There is no reason he couldn't have been a generational heel. Bell to bell, he was not the best in the world, but you didn't need to be in that era of the WWF or WWE. But WWE just couldn't help themselves. This was a character at the height of Islamophobia here in the States. The height of it. Now, keep in mind, the wrestler who portrayed Muhammad Hassan was an Italian-American Marco Corleone. I'm sorry, not Marco Corleone. I'm sorry, that's Mark Jindrak. What is his name? Mark Copani is the shoot name of Muhammad Hassan. But, hey, he's dark enough to be an Arab. He was playing an Arab character from Detroit. Oh, and Chase Stevens just eliminated Tenzan. Hassan was playing an Arab American whose big gripe was that in the wake of 9/11, Americans hated people that looked like him. And they hated his culture. Such a great heel. The best villains are always right. Oh, and that's it for Petey Williams. Hassan was right. He was not a terrorist, but people thought he was because he was an Arab. And he came out to, a call to prayer. And he had an Iranian manager, Khosrow Davari, who spoke Farsi in his promos. And he wasn't saying anything bad other than, stop hating me because I'm an Arab. You Americans hate me because of who I am. And he got booed for it. And then they turned him into a terrorist. They had a bunch of guys in hoods come out and abduct The Undertaker. And they aired it on the same day as the London subway bombings. And just like that, Muhammad Hassan was done. Because the sponsors got mad, the networks got mad, fans got mad because, oh my god, how can you screw up such a slam dunk character? And that was the end of Muhammad Hassan, a guy who should have been main eventing pay-per-views for years. Simon Dean is in the ring. Tiger Mask also came in during that rant. And now Ace Steel coming in. Don't let him bite you. Ace Steel, the hair is terrible. And I'll tell you why. Because I couldn't find an Ace Steel from his wrestling days in Community Creations. I had to get new... Good Lord. I've drank so much water today to try to keep my voice. I could only find Ace Steel as, like a coach in AEW. Him in the polo or whatever. So I had to try and de-age him, put him in some wrestling gear, and he had the weird, frosted tips thing that everybody was doing in 2005. And instead it kind of looks like a skunk. So, sorry, Ace, but you know what? You were ranked number 171. You barely made it into this match. I think you'll get over it. Shelton Benjamin working on Jimmy Rave, Tiger Mask, and Simon Dean, Muhammad Hassan and Chase Stevens, and Monty Brown and Ace Steel. Stevens in some trouble in the corner right now. And yes, Hassan eliminates Chase Stevens. That is it for Chase Stevens, which now opens up another spot in the match. We'll find out who number 12 is here in a little bit. But Shelton Benjamin is out. Started the match. Lasted 7.5 minutes. Pretty good showing by Shelton in the grand scheme of things. And now Monty Brown is going to toss Simon Dean from the match. Thanks for coming, Simon Dean, the wrestler formerly known as Nova. Sent to the floor by Monty Brown. Monty Brown and Muhammad Hassan now doing battle. Tiger Mask and Ace Steel. And Jimmy Rave picking his spots. And number 12 is Danny Inferno. Burn, baby, burn. Danny Inferno making his way to the ring. This is another one of my creations because there were no Danny Inferno edits on Community Creations. Ace Steel is gone. Jimmy Rave clotheslining him to the floor. Danny Inferno, not a guy who had a Community Creation, so I made him myself. Power bomb into a Samoan drop by Monty Brown. Incredible strength, just tossing Jimmy Rave around. DDT by Tiger Mask. And number 13 is Chad Collier. who I think was another one of my creations, even though Collier was a pretty major star in Ring of Honor at this point. But nobody had made a creation of him, so I had to. And that's why he doesn't look so good. And Monty Brown up and over the top, and to the floor, courtesy of Danny Inferno. Now Inferno turns his attention to Muhammad Hassan, while Tiger Mask and Chad Collier do battle. And number 14 is Prime Time, Elix Skipper. Primetime Elix Skipper looked like he was on the verge of something big in WCW during its final days. And then, he eliminates Jimmy Rave here. Looked like he was on the rise in TNA, teaming with Low-Key and Christopher Daniels as Triple X. Who could forget one of the most iconic moments in TNA history? A cage match between Triple X and America's Most Wanted. I believe it's James Storm is sitting on top of the cage, dazed. Skipper climbs the cage, climbs to the ropes, climbs to the top of the cage, tightrope walks across the cage, jumps up, wraps his legs around Storm's head, and does a Frankensteiner into the ring. Just an insane move. Just one of the most iconic moments in TNA history. And while I was talking about that, Andy Douglas, the other half of the Naturals, has entered the match. 5 seconds to go until we find out who drew number 16. And I believe that was Andy Douglas already. Yeah, 16 seconds in the match for Andy Douglas. And that's going to bring out the superhero in training, Rosie. Again, yeah, superhero in training. It's an acronym, folks. I've said this on multiple streams and multiple interviews. I have always maintained that spinning side slam that Rosie did as a finisher should have been called the Fan, because I wanted an announcer just once to say the SHIT has hit the fan. And Collier sends Muhammad Hassan to the floor. That's going to bring out Paul London, who has a famous Royal Rumble moment of his own. The man who caused it, Gene Snitsky, is in this match. London, not sure if you remember or if you've seen the video, but it was either the 05 or 06 Rumble. London is on the apron, and he gets clotheslined by Snitsky and does a shooting star press off the apron to the floor because he got clotheslined so hard. Shinjiro Otani coming to the ring. A little surprised 05 was Otani's peak, since Otani battled it's been a while, in the finals of the WCW Cruiserweight tournament back in, 1995 that they brought the Cruiserweight title back. And Otani was always competing for like the Super J Cup, but no, his highest ranking ever on the PWI 500 was number 53 in 2005. And here comes JBL. Oh, and there goes Chad Collier. JBL has entered number 19. He was the 5th ranked wrestler on the 2005 PWI 500. That's a lot of fives for one sentence. And he is working over Danny Inferno in the corner. No, Inferno caught his boot and sent him down. 7 men in the ring. 2K can hold up to 8, which means we could conceivably have one more entrant before somebody has to be eliminated before we can add another. But Otani already in some trouble, but Elix Skipper turned his back, I guess assuming he had already eliminated him, and Otani's able to return. DDT by Paul London on Rosie. Less than 10 seconds now until we find out who drew number 20. Big splash by Inferno on JBL, and that is going to bring out the chief of staff of JBL's cabinet, Orlando Jordan. And London has eliminated Rosie. Rosie is out. Belly to belly by Inferno. Going to work on OJ. JBL still down. 10 more wrestlers still to enter, including number 1, Batista, number 3, Satoshi Kojima, and number 38, Ray Bucanero, as well as that's 3 out of the 10 that are left. Who's out? Oh, that was Shinjiro Otani is out. And we got 6 wrestlers in the ring with 10 more still to go. We have almost eliminated half the field. Otani, the 14th to be eliminated. And Tiger Mask super kicks JBL, who manages to hold on for dear life and fight his way back in. Here comes the animal, Batista. Entering at number 21. You really want those last 10 spots, but really, ideally, you want to be like 26th or later. So far, the winners have all come from, let's see. Kofi was 17, Roadkill was 14, but other than that, 27, 27, 30, 30, 30, 29, 29, 29, 26. Oh, Tiger Mask is out. JBL hangs on, and that's going to bring in Chad Toland. I forgive you if you don't remember Chad Toland, especially if you don't remember him under that name. But Chad and Tank Toland were stars at OVW, and then they got called up as, I believe, Chad and James Dick. They were the Dicks. I just can't remember what their first names were. The Dicks. Yep. WWE in 2005 kind of sucked. In that weird transitional period where they had lost all the stars of the Attitude Era, and they hadn't quite built the Batistas and the John Cenas up to that level yet. Oh, hey, speaking of crappy mid-card tag team guys from 2005, here's Antonio from the Heartbreakers. Shooting star press by London onto JBL. That had to feel good. There are so many stories of JBL bullying Paul London in real life. So, digitally, that had to feel real good for Paul London. Somewhere, I hope London smiles. Not knowing why, but just that somewhere, somebody's playing 2K, and he took out JBL. Oh! But then he gets dumped to the floor by Orlando Jordan. And it is short-lived. 7 men in the ring. Orlando Jordan, Antonio, Chad Toland, Elix Skipper, who... Oh, JBL is out. Eliminated by Chad Toland, of all people. And speaking... Oh, no, that was Antonio. Antonio's gone. Orlando Jordan is gone. Danny Inferno with a huge moonsault onto Elix Skipper. 4 men in the ring. And in about 8 seconds, we're going to find out who drew number 24? 24, yeah. Tank Toland is the next one out. That was Elix Skipper. Good run by Skipper. 7 minutes, 36 seconds, and 2 eliminations for prime time. So Chad and Tank Toland both in the ring right now with Danny Inferno and Batista. Yeah, I'll be honest, I can't tell them apart. Chad and Tank, I get to create them both, and I'm bad at creating wrestlers, so neither one of them looks like who they're supposed to look like. Big spine buster by Inferno. Ray Bucanero coming out now. He was ranked number 38 on the 2005 PWI 500, just missing out on the top 30. Big power slam by Batista. Big shot by Bucanero. And now sends Batista up and over the top. Oh, and both Bucanero... Oh, the Toland's going at it. Both Bucanero and Danny Inferno mistimed their attacks, and Batista able to hang on. And we are about to find out who... Oh, that's it for Danny Inferno. And Joey Mercury now coming to the ring. Number 26. We've seen both of his tag team partners. Oh, and that's one of the Tolands out. That was Tank. Tank Toland is out. Chad still in. We've seen both Johnny Mundo and Christian York, who have both had success teaming with Joey Mercury. And here comes the number 27 entrant, Satoshi Kojima, ranked number 3 in the 2005 PWI 500. Batista catching his breath. He has been in there the longest. He entered at number 21. Chad Toland came in at 22. Ray Bucanero was number 25. Joey Mercury 26. Kojima number 27. 5 men in the ring. We've got room for 3 more, and there are 3 more entrants still to come. None of them ranked higher than 83. Speaking of 83, it's not his fault. But here comes Gene Snitsky. Of course, I mentioned earlier, Snitsky was the one who turned London inside out with that clothesline at the 2005 Rumble. So London grateful Snitsky that he was eliminated before Snitsky arrived in the match. Batista and Snitsky having a hoss fight. Chad Toland and Joey Mercury fighting at the top of the screen. Satoshi Kojima and Ray Bucanero in the near corner. Bucanero was in some trouble, but he managed to fight out of Kojima's elimination attempt. And here comes Heidenreich. And that's it for Ray Bucanero, eliminated by Satoshi Kojima. I have talked a lot about how WWE in 2005 kind of sucked. Case in point, John Heidenreich, when he was originally brought up to the main roster, this is true. I'm not making this up as a joke about how bad WWE booking was. Vince McMahon wanted Heidenreich's character to be an unthawed Nazi soldier from World War II who didn't realize the war was over. He'd been frozen like Captain America, thawed out, and he comes in, and he's a Nazi. That's stupid. Gene Snitsky is gone, lasting only 1 minute and 3 seconds. Number 30 into the match is Romeo, the other half of the Heartbreakers. The Heartthrobs. His partner, Antonio, was eliminated earlier after lasting only 53 seconds. So look at this. The final 6. You got Batista and Satoshi Kojima. 2 all-time greats. And they're joined by Joey Mercury, Chad Toland, Heidenreich, and Romeo. And Kojima's gone. Satoshi Kojima is the 25th elimination. Only 2 minutes and 16 seconds from the master of the Cozy Lariat, Satoshi Kojima. So you've got number 1, Batista, number 74, Joey Mercury, number 89, Heidenreich, number 127, Chad Toland, and number 136, Romeo Rosselli. Synth Weasel JW, I'm so sorry, I just now saw this comment. I'm sure it was when I was talking about the Dicks, bringing up the Johnsons. At least WWE had the sense not to dress the Dicks like dicks, which is more than can be said for TNA, who literally put... it's the guys who would later become the Gemini, the Shane twins. Literally put them in bodysuits to make them resemble penises, wrestling penises, in the mid-2000s. Boy, oh boy. Wrestling was not great during that time period. Ooh, big knee to the face by Romeo. Our final 5 again, Joey Mercury, Chad Toland, Batista, Heidenreich, and Romeo. Yep. And looks like Mercury is going to try and get Heidenreich out of here. Batista again catching his breath. He has been in there the longest. He came in at number 21. The other 4 were numbers 26, 27, 28, and 29. I'm sorry, that's not right. 20. They will be eliminations, 26, 27, 28, and 29. They came in. Batista came in at number 21. Chad Toland was 22. Mercury was 26. Heidenreich was 29. Romeo was number 30. Sorry, I was looking in the wrong column on my spreadsheet here, where I'm trying to keep track of times and stuff. Big DDT by Batista on Heidenreich. Romeo and Toland. It's the crossover you never knew you wanted. It's one half of the Dicks and one half of the Heartthrobs against one half of Eminem. Oh no. And the Dick Throbs, nope. Heart Dicks, nope. There is no good way to mash up those team names. Either way, they've imploded. And Batista just took out Romeo. Heidenreich, for some reason, this community creation does not appear to have a nose. Maybe he lost that when he was thawed out. Maybe his Nazi commander did not believe in noses. Maybe he thought they were a Jewish conspiracy. He should talk to Flip Gordon about that. But Joey Mercury has been eliminated after 5 minutes and 49 seconds in the match. Our final three, Romeo Rosselli's been eliminated. It is Batista, John Heidenreich, and Chad Toland are your final three for the 2005 Rumble. Please, please, oh God, please let Batista win this match. Spinning powerbomb there by Heidenreich, and the crowd booing. They don't like this result either. This match had Hiroyoshi Tenzan, Petey Williams, Shelton Benjamin, Monty Brown, Tiger Mask, John Bradshaw Layfield, and Satoshi Kojima. And it comes down to Chad Toland and Heidenreich in the ring with Batista. And Heidenreich now choking Toland. Oh, arm drag. The slowest arm drag I have ever seen from Toland. Heidenreich with a series of strikes. Heiden strikes. I like Heiden strikes. Now going for a power slam. Nope, just a scoop and a slam. And down goes Toland. I don't know why I'm not getting audio notifications for comments. So again, Synth Weasel JW, thank you for watching. Thanks for the comment. But I'm not sure if you're still out there. I'm going to see if I can fix that before the next match. After this one, I'm probably going to take a little 15-minute break. Just get up, stretch my legs a little bit. Heidenreich getting Toland up for a big suplex. Before... No? Oh, there he goes. Driving him down. Nice delayed vertical suplex by Heidenreich. Chad Toland and Batista have both been in there well north of 10 minutes. The only other wrestlers to reach that point in this match were Tiger Mask and Danny Inferno. I am not sure what just happened there. It looked like Toland was hitting Heidenreich with the end of days, but Heidenreich turned it into a clothesline somehow. DDT by Toland. Batista seems to have recovered, but he also doesn't seem to be in any rush to engage. And why should he? Kick to the back of the head by Toland. Batista now scoop. And hangs Toland out to dry across the top rope. Now Batista looked like he was going to try and deadlift Toland, but Toland kicks him in the head and eats a clothesline for his troubles. And Batista now sending Toland into the corner. Trying to get him up and over. And that is it for Chad Toland. 12 minutes, 17 seconds for Chad Toland. And Batista scoop. And a power slam on Heidenreich. Batista firing up now. Getting a second win. Possibly a third or fourth win. He's been in there a while. A big spine buster. Pulls Heidenreich to his feet. And is bringing him over to the ropes. Here we go. This might be the last elimination. And it is. Heidenreich's over. Batista's the winner. Dominant performance by Dave Batista. This has been the most dominant performance by a performer so far in Rumblin for research. Batista entered number 21, lasted 13 minutes and 29 seconds, eliminated Orlando Jordan, Danny Inferno, Gene Snitsky, Satoshi Kojima, Chad Toland, and John Heidenreich. 6 eliminations in 13 and a half minutes for Batista. Batista is your winner, easily clinching a spot in the grand finale match. No doubt there. Right now, pretty much Batista and Kofi are shoo-ins for that match. Mox and Goldust, pretty sure they'll be in there. Roadkill and Vito both had really good runs despite being low seeds. They're probably in ditto for Akebono. Right now, the guy's kind of on the verge. Go Shiozaki, Braxton Sutter, Headbanger Thrasher, and Masayuki Kono. So far, if the series was to end right now, some combination of them would be the ones competing for the final slot in the grand finale match. But that's not it. That was match 12 out of 32 that we'll be doing this weekend. Actually, really 33 Rumbles and 1 triple threat. But that was the 12th in the first round, I guess, if you want to call it that. We are going to take a short little 15-minute break, and then when we come back, we're going to spin the wheel one more time. And when we do that, we will determine what the next Rumble will be. We've already seen 1996, which was won by Goldust. 2013 was won by Ryback. 2014 by Akebono. 2011 by Masayuki Kono. 2020 by John Moxley. The year 2000 by Big Vito. 2001 by Roadkill. 1997 by Headbanger Thrasher. 2015 by Go Shiozaki. 2017 by Braxton Sutter. 2019 by Kofi Kingston. And we just saw Batista win for the year 2005. So we're going to take a little break. When we come back, more of Rumblin' for Research. All right, we are back. Thank you for your patience. I just needed to get up, stretch my legs a little bit, play on my phone. Apparently, tonight's episode of Collision started with Tony Khan making an announcement about firing CM Punk, which obviously, the news broke today that had happened, but apparently he did a live promo in front of the crowd, or it was a pre-tape or something. I am anxious to watch that when the opportunity presents itself, probably tomorrow, while I am finishing editing the 2022 Rumble and finishing up all the little auxiliary stuff I gotta do between now and the finale Monday night. So, anyway, we're 12 Rumbles down. We already know that Batista, Kofi Kingston, Roadkill, Big Vito, Akebono, Jon Moxley, Goldust, Ryback, Go Shiozaki, Braxton Sutter, Headbanger Thrasher, and Masayuki Kono have all advanced to Monday night. Whether they will be in the Rumble itself or whether they will have to qualify for a spot, we will find that out Monday. 29 will clinch their spots. Pretty safe. Batista, Kofi, Roadkill, Vito, Akebono, Mox, and Goldust. Pretty solidly. All good performances, all high seeds, lots of eliminations, long time in the match. I mean, Batista, we just saw him have a dominant performance in the 2005 Rumble. Of course, he wasn't exactly a lot of stiff competition in that match, but regardless, good showing from Batista. We're about to add a 13th winner to that list. Let's go ahead and spin the wheel and find out what year is next. Ooh, boy, speaking of years with not a ton of depth. I mean, there's a decent amount of depth in the Rumble itself in terms of, there's a lot of, the highly ranked wrestlers from 1993 are all in. Let's put it that way. 1993, not a great year for the business. This was post the steroid issues in the WWF. WCW was still floundering, waiting for the Nitro era before they really caught fire. WWF, of course, still 4 years away from the Attitude Era, but they were a couple years already post Hulkamania, so they just didn't really know what they were doing. Insert joke here about how they still don't. But yeah, so 1993 top names in this Rumble. Number 2, Vader. Number 5, Yokozuna. Number 9, Mr. Perfect. Number 11, Barry Windham. Number 13, Marty Jannetty. Number 15, the British Bulldog, Davey Boy Smith. Number 18, Brian Pillman. Number 26, Doink. And number 29, Eddie Gilbert. Lowest ranked wrestler in the match is going to be number 107. So decent. Again, depth. These are not enduring legends aside from the top handful. But for the year, I didn't have to dig too deep to find 30 guys for this match. Again, for those of you just joining or who, it's been a while and you've forgotten, I went through Pro Wrestling Illustrated's PWI 500 history going all the way back to 1991. And basically I've been making a Royal Rumble for each year. Using community creations in WWE 2K22. So sorry, I just got a text. Nothing vital, but just lining up a guest for Monday night. Where was I? Oh yeah, so making a Royal Rumble out of the 30 top guys, but with the rule being that you can only be in one. So there have been only 257 wrestlers, I counted, have ever been in the top 30 of a PWI 500. Now, obviously, that's not enough to run as many Rumbles as I needed to for this to work. So I'm only taking the highest ranking for each wrestler. So, for example, Vader in 1993, ranked number 2 on the PWI 500. That was the highest he was ever ranked. So he's number 2 So he's in the 1993 Rumble, despite good showings in, basically every year up to about 96. But his highest was 93, so he's in the 93 Rumble. He's not in any others. Saw Batista. His highest ranking was 2005 when he was number 1, so he was in the 2005 Rumble, despite having had other highly ranked years, several years in the top 10. But he's only in 1 Rumble. John Cena was number 1 3 times on the PWI 500. He was only in 1. We haven't seen him yet, but he is coming up in a future Rumble. But here, 1993, again, Vader, Yokozuna, Mr. Perfect, Barry Windham, Marty Jannetty, the British Bulldog, Brian Pillman, Doink, and Eddie Gilbert are your 9, pretty much the odds-on favorites, because they were the highest-ranked wrestlers in that year's PWI 500. Let's go ahead and pull up that match. Make it visible. That's helpful. And here we go. Coming in at number 1. It's the gentleman Chris Adams from the Global Wrestling Federation.
Introducing the participants. First, from England, weighing in at 230 pounds, gentleman, Chris Adams.
Chris Adams, like I mentioned, from GWF, which I thought as a kid was a bigger deal than it ever actually was, because they had a TV deal. That was the first place I ever saw like the Patriot, and a handful of other guys from that era. First time I ever saw him was in the GWF. Chris Adams, perhaps most. Oh no. Oh, poor Chris Adams. He has to start against Yokozuna.
Who drew number 2 from the land of the rising sun, weighing in at 558 pounds, Yokozuna.
Whew. Yokozuna won the 1993 Royal Rumble, the actual Royal Rumble in 1993. He unfortunately drew number 2 for this one, so he's got a long way to go if he wants to win. But as I was saying, Chris Adams, possibly his greatest contribution to the history of pro wrestling is his wife left him to be with Steve Austin when he went to the WWF. And she came up with the Stone Cold nickname as a descriptor of her tea, that it had gone stone cold. Austin liked it, pitched it to Vince McMahon, and the biggest draw in the history of the wrestling industry was born. So Chris Adams' ex-wife is responsible for the Attitude Era. Just something to think about. But Yokozuna, I talked to her earlier about the Fatu Anoa'i dynasty in pro wrestling. Yokozuna, one of its biggest stars, no pun intended, multiple-time world champion, multiple-time WrestleMania main eventer. He actually, in the course of 2 years, had 4 world titles. Oh my god. Oh my god. Man, I had a lot of Yokozuna facts. But he is out in 16 seconds. Chris Adams has eliminated Yokozuna. Here comes a guy who sucks. Ron Harris. Screw the Harris brothers. I can never remember if it's Ron or his brother Don that has the SS tattoo. Yep, you heard me right. Yeah, it's. I'm looking it up. Let's see, what do we got here? They got the tattoo the following year. They both had it. Awesome. And here comes Vic Steamboat. Yeah, like I said, 1993, not the most star-studded year, which makes it all the more baffling that the 2K gods decided to just go ahead and eliminate Yokozuna in 16 seconds. So we get to watch Chris Adams, Ron Harris, and Vic Steamboat. 5 seconds left until we find out who number 5 is. Please be an actual star. It's primetime Brian Lee. Okay, Brian Lee from Smoky Mountain Wrestling would later go on to fame in ECW and, of course, in WWE as both the fake Undertaker. Actually, at this point, he'd already done the fake. No, yeah, I'm sorry, that was SummerSlam '94, where he was the fake Undertaker at SummerSlam '94, and then later as a member of the Disciples of Apocalypse with Ron Harris and Don Harris and Crush. Ron Harris is gone. Screw you, Ron Harris. Oh. Scott Flash Norton in at number 6 from New Japan Pro Wrestling. Would later go on to a bit of fame in the States in WCW as a member of the NWO. But yeah, his best years were his time in Japan. That is it for Vic Steamboat. A minute and a half for him. All right, fingers crossed. Please be somebody good at number 7. Yes, here we go. Flying Brian Pillman. Pillman ranked number 18 in 1993, and he goes right after primetime Brian Lee. Meanwhile, Scott Norton and gentleman Chris Adams doing battle as well. Again, I mentioned, top guys. Vader is the odds-on favorite at number 2. The second biggest favorite was Yokozuna at number 5. Only lasted 16 seconds. The match started. 16 seconds later, Yokozuna was gone. And here comes Doink the Clown. So, there is an expression that I don't agree with. That is, there are no bad gimmicks, only bad wrestlers. I fundamentally disagree with that. But the two examples those people typically point to are The Undertaker and Doink. And in Doink's case, it's a bad gimmick made good by a good wrestler. An evil wrestling clown is a stupid idea. Just on paper, a dumb idea. Mr. Wonderful Paul Orndorff in at number 9. On paper, an evil wrestling clown is dumb. Matt Bourne, however, is fantastic and gave Doink an air of menace to go with the mischievous clown shit. Doink, heel Doink, the Matt Bourne Doink, should have been. I was talking about Muhammad Hassan during the 05 Rumble? That's what Doink should have been in the mid-90s. But instead they turned him babyface and took away everything that made him interesting. Joe Malenko from All Japan Pro Wrestling. He's the 10th entrant in the match. And, oh no. Brian Lee immediately dumps him to the floor. 15 seconds in the match for Joe Malenko. And I think Lee was trying to eliminate Chris Adams, but Adams ducked down and now Lee is gone. And here comes Bo Beverly from the Beverly Brothers. Yes, folks, the Beverly Brothers. From Shaker Heights, Ohio. I can't remember if Bo was Doink. Of course, Doink's already gone. A minute 59 for Doink. Bo Beverly. The Beverly Brothers were a terrible tag team. They were never very good. They had their moments. Oh, Mr. Wonderful's gone, and that's going to bring out Charlie Norris, the WWF's first choice to play the Tatanka character. He didn't. Wound up just doing the kind of stereotypical Indian thing on the independents the rest of his career. But Bo Beverly, Wayne Bloom was the guy who portrayed Bo Beverly. His son, Cal, is in WWE developmental now, as working as Von Wagner, the unfrozen caveman wrestler. That's not his gimmick. That's just what I call him, because he has a strong, pronounced Neanderthal brow. That is going to bring out the British Bulldog, Davey Boy Smith, as the number 13 entrant. The evaluation period for the 93 PWI 500 would have included SummerSlam 1992, which was the biggest match and the biggest win of Davey Boy Smith's career when he beat his brother-in-law Bret Hart at Wembley Stadium for the Intercontinental title. Somebody else just went out. Who was that? Was Charlie... No, it wasn't Charlie Norris. Who was that? Who are we missing? Oh, Chris Adams. Chris Adams is gone. Eddie Gilbert just came in at number 14. He's ranked number 29. Big star in the USWA at this point. Norton is gone. That's going to bring out C.W. Bergstrom. The law offices of C.W. Bergstrom. Another one of my creations because I could not find a community creation for him. C.W. Bergstrom. A Pacific Northwest wrestler who also spent a lot of time in Memphis during this era, working for the USWA. So he would have had matches with Gilbert. Right now he's getting the crap beat out of him by Charlie Norris. We had a couple legit stars in there in Pillman, the Bulldog, and Eddie Gilbert. And number 16 is going to be Eric Watts from WCW. Ranked number 84 on the PWI 500. Watts, also one of my creations, I think. I think I wasn't able to find an Eric Watts that looked remotely like 1993 Eric Watts. And it's a chop block from Beverly there. Oh, Bulldog in some trouble here. Bergstrom's got him on the ropes, literally and figuratively, but the Bulldog manages to slip out. And we're about to have a ring full, because here comes number 17, Marty Jannetty. Ranked number 13 on the PWI 500 for 1993, after his one and only singles title in the WWF, winning the Intercontinental title from his former tag team partner, Shawn Michaels. The British Bulldog with a huge pile driver. That is Eddie Gilbert trying to get rid of Jannetty already. Unintended pun. Not pun. Rhyme. And a clothesline, and Bergstrom takes Eric Watts out of the match. Watts the 10th man to go. Bo Beverly is out, courtesy of Charlie Norris. And Bulldog sends Brian Pillman to the floor. The Hart Foundation implodes. They wouldn't actually be partners for another 4 years during the heel Hart Foundation run during the U.S. versus Canada feud in 1997, which was some of my favorite storytelling in WWF history. I loved the Hart-Austin feud. Now Marty trying to get Bergstrom up and over. And number 18 is Crush. That's Kona Crush, not Demolition Crush or Japanese heel Crush. This is Shakabra Crush. After the dissolution of Demolition, when he was a babyface for about a year and a half before turning on Randy Savage. Gilbert trying to eliminate Charlie Norris now, and does. Charlie Norris eliminated by Eddie Gilbert. And number 19 is Riki Choshu, a Japanese legend, ranked number 55 on the PWI 500 of 1993. And Crush just press slamming. And that's... You should have dropped him the other way, big guy. If you'd thrown him forward, he would have been eliminated. But, you eventually wound up forming a stable with Brian Lee and the Harris Boys. So you know, maybe a preponderance of brains is not something you had. I kid because I love though. Crush was awesome. Eddie Gilbert is gone. And it's going to bring in Hacksaw Jim Duggan. Tough guy. Ho! He is entrant number 20. The winner of the first ever Royal Rumble back in 1988. Back when it was just a TV match. It had not made it to pay-per-view yet. The following year, 1989, was the first year it was on pay-per-view, and it was won by Big John Studd. 3 seconds until we find out who drew number 21. And the later we get into this match, the better your odds, unless you're Tim Horner. Because who is Tim Horner? Apparently another Smoky Mountain guy. Bulldog manages to save himself, kicking Choshu in the face. And Crush driving Tim Horner down. And Hacksaw trying to take out C.W. Bergstrom. Having a little analysis paralysis there. Hacksaw forgetting how to do stuff, as he's wont to do. Side suplex on Marty. And now the Bulldog has Horner up. And has Horner out. Number 22 is Vader. Big Van Vader, the odds-on favorite to win this entire match, has entered at number 22. I just realized on my spreadsheet I made a little mistake, boo. I accidentally switched Tim Horner and C.W. Bergstrom in some stats, but that's alright. Don the Rock Morocco, the magnificent Morocco, hitting the ring. Who was that? I took my eye off the ball for just a second. Bulldog is gone. The one that went out before him was Marty Jannetty. And we've got 6 men in the ring right now. Crush, C.W. Bergstrom, Don Morocco, Ricky Choshu, Hacksaw Jim Duggan, and Vader. Still to come, Mr. Perfect, Barry Windham. Those are the top 2 we have not seen yet. Hacksaw tried to slam Crush, but Crush just falls right on top of him. And now Vader with a huge belly-to-belly on Morocco. And Mr. Hughes coming out at number 24. An alley-oop powerbomb there by Vader on Crush. Mr. Hughes is in. Vader eliminating the British Bulldog. He is the odds-on favorite. He's been relatively quiet so far in terms of making eliminations. He's probably pacing himself. He's a big dude. He's going to have to last a while if he wants to win this. Don Harris in now, number 25. Also a Nazi. Awesome. Now hangs Crush out to dry on the top rope again. These two will be stablemates in about 5 years. And that's it for C.W. Bergstrom. Bergstrom sent to the floor after a decent run. Oop, who did we just lose? Hacksaw. Hacksaw Jim Duggan's gone. Right? Yeah. Crush stomping away on Harris here. Vader with a massive right hand and an elbow drop on Morocco. Meanwhile, Choshu and Hughes going at it. Crush and Harris. And we are about to find out who drew number 26. When Vader power bombing Mr. No! Power bombing Mr. Hughes to the concrete. And Akira Nogami coming to the ring now. Morocco manages to hang on as Choshu tries to eliminate him. 6 men in the ring right now. Crush, Nogami, Morocco, Choshu, Harris, and Vader. And we're about to find out who drew number 27. Crush is gone. Another elimination for Vader. Starting to heat up a little bit. Starting to call his name more. And here comes Mr. Perfect. Making his way to the ring. Ranked number 9 in 1993 after returning from a devastating back injury. Immediately thrust into the Intercontinental title picture. Great matches with Shawn Michaels. 93, he was the one chosen to put over Lex Luger at WrestleMania 9 in Luger's WWF pay-per-view debut. Series of strikes by Choshu. And number 28 is number 11, Barry Windham, who he was ranked number 11 in 1993, his highest ever PWF 500 ranking. This was the year he won the NWA World title after Flair had jumped to WCW. Oh, okay, breaking physics there, punching Choshu while he was upside down, sending him literally flying. And Don Harris gets powerbombed to the concrete. Could not happen to a bigger asshole. Vader putting his fingerprints all over this match. Windham in trouble here. Morocco trying to dump him to the floor. Number 29 is Jesse Barr, another Pacific Northwesterner. That means that we know number 30 is Max Payne. So we have these 7 men plus Max Payne. Just looking at a quick tally here. Vader is sitting on 4 eliminations so far. British Bulldog, Mr. Hughes, Crush, and Don Harris. Nothing for Perfect yet. Nothing for Nogami yet. Obviously nothing for Barr yet. He just got in the ring. Morocco, I think, does have an elimination. We do quick scan. Yeah, he eliminated Hacksaw. And here comes Max Payne. Obviously, no eliminations yet. Ricky Choshu's got a couple. He took out Mr. Perfect. Nope. He just did. I read ahead. Sorry. I'm going to stop doing that. Down to the final 7 men in the ring. Jesse Barr, Akira Nogami, Don Morocco, Ricky Choshu, Max Payne, Barry Windham, and Vader. Again, the winner of this match moves on to the finale Monday night. That might, they may go right to the main event Rumble. They may have to qualify depending on how good their performance is in this match. So far, in terms of best performers, Vader, 4 eliminations already. He came in at number 22. Choshu came in at 19. He's the only guy that's been in there longer. Both men having really impressive showings so far. Choshu does not have an elimination yet. Trying to get Morocco out. He's not able to. I'm sorry, he does have an elimination now. He did just eliminate Mr. Perfect. And Akira Nogami is gone, courtesy of Jesse Barr. But now Barr up, and Vader is going to powerbomb him to the floor, just like he did to Mr. Hughes, just like he did to Don Harris. 5 eliminations now for Big Van Vader. But we got Windham getting a little curb stomp action there. Our final 5 are the number 2 ranked Big Van Vader, number 11 Barry Windham, number 55 Ricky Choshu, number 73 Max Payne, number 102 Don Morocco. Zach, I don't remember him ever being called Darth Vader. I'm sure there's some copyright reason why he couldn't be. I'm not sure how they got away with just calling him Vader. I'm guessing they did the argument of, well, Vader means father in Dutch. But Don Morocco and Max Payne both out very quickly. Unorthodox amateur wrestling there from Ricky Choshu. We are down to our final 3. Choshu was in at number 19. Vader in at 22. Windham at 28 is the freshest man in the match. What's the over-under for how hard? Well, considering it was 1993, Disney wouldn't have, but Lucasfilm probably would have. Disney probably would have done it retroactively when they bought Star Wars. Yeah. Vader go behind on Choshu. Choshu escapes. Single leg takedown by Windham. Some weird amateur wrestling happening here in the latter stages of the 1993 Rumble. Vader just punching Choshu in the gut and a choke slam. And no, changing his mind. No. Yep, here goes Windham. That's elimination number 6 for Vader. And a big knee to the midsection from Ricky Choshu. These are your final 2. Choshu has 2 eliminations. Vader has 6. These two have both been in the match for over 10 minutes. Vader to the top rope. Going for a big splash. Keep in mind, Vader, 450 pounds. Swings and misses. The pool is empty. Insert metaphor here. Choshu now has Vader. Oh, I thought he was going to send him up against the ropes to eliminate him. Instead, going to use the corner for leverage. That's probably smart on Choshu's part. He's got more assistance from the ropes, more assistance from the turnbuckle he can use for leverage. Vader struggling with everything he can here to fight his way back in. I want 7 eliminations. Punch to the head. Choshu staggers back. Oh, we're doing the thing. Dramatic camera angle. Sometimes it does it. Sometimes it does it. Sometimes it doesn't. Is now a tongue twister I'm going to do before every stream. Running body strike there by Vader, taking Choshu down. And a punch to the midsection and another one. Vader just trying to punch Choshu's nipples off. And then just peels him over with that suplex. Clubbing double axe handle across the back. Then a clothesline to the back of the head. Choshu was hurt. Vader's just doing a little dance. Just doing a little thing here. What are you doing, Vader? Just throw him over. You know he's very, very tired. Because you're very, very tired, and he's been in there longer than you have. Granted, he doesn't also weigh 450 pounds, but Choshu, not a little guy. How big was Ricky Choshu? Well, 265 pounds. That's still a pretty big dude. But Vader's got him up. Vader looking for elimination number 7. He's got him up. And over. And Vader, with a dominant performance, wins the 1993 Rumble. The British Bulldog, Mr. Hughes, Crush, Don Harris, Jesse Barr, Barry Windham, and Ricky Choshu, all eliminated by Vader in the span of a single match. 12 minutes, 36 seconds Vader was in the ring. Choshu in for 14:24. Great performance by both men. And, yeah, Vader easily moving on. Vader, maybe slightly less impressive performance than Batista. Slightly. Yeah, Vader got to be considered one of the favorites when it comes to the grand finale tomorrow night. Now let me go ahead and get the wheel set back up so we can spin it and find out what year we are rumbling in next. For those of you just joining us on the stream here, we are rumbling for research. We are collecting donations for the National Pediatric Cancer Foundation. There's a donation link in the description of the video here on YouTube. But we're going to go ahead and give the wheel a spin. And we're going to find out what year we are rumbling in next. And it is going to be 2003? 2003, 20 years ago. I'm not old, you're old. Let me get that pulled up here. 2003, the top names. Batista did win. He won the 2005, so he will be competing again tomorrow night. 6 eliminations, 13 and a half-ish minutes for Batista. 2003, top names. Number 1, Brock Lesnar. Number 17, Matt Hardy. Number 21, The Hurricane. Number 22, Raven. Number 24, Koji Kanemoto. Number 25, Charlie Haas. Number 26, Loki. And number 29, my friend, my mentor, Jerry Lynn. And then we'll also see some other guys because we need a field of 30. 2003, another one of those not super deep years, which you will pick up on as the match rolls on. Let me get everything sized back to normal after cropping for the wheel spin. One of these days I will have this just on standby so that I don't have to do it every time. But in the immortal words of Aragorn, son of Arathorn, it is not this day. So let me get screen capture pulled back up. We'll hit play. We'll put it on the screen, and here we go. 2003. And Glamour Boy Shane making his way to the ring. Best in quotes. He was a decent-sized star in Puerto Rico. But his initial rise in the wrestling industry was as one half of a tag team with a guy named Sean Morley, who you may know better as Val Venus from the Attitude Era of the WWF. Glamour Boy Shane ranked number 119 in 2003. And his opponent is a man with a plan. And here comes Spanky.
Introducing the individual who drew number 2 from Washington, weighing in at 173 pounds, Spike E.
Sure, close enough. You know, you make do with what you got as far as the pre-generated announcer names. But Spanky, who would eventually go on to be wrestle under his real name, Brian Kendrick, and then later the Brian Kendrick. Kendrick's an unusual case. Trained by Shawn Michaels, trained alongside guys like Paul London, Lance Cade, Bryan Danielson. He was part of that first class at Shawn Michaels' Texas Wrestling Academy. He's another one of those guys that kind of went down the rabbit hole a couple of years ago. It was released by WWE. He was all set to show up in AEW. They had booked a match for him. I think he was going to be against Christopher Daniels. They had made a graphic for it. It had been announced. And then somebody found some old tweets that were... Oh, here comes Jerry Lynn already. Jerry, say it ain't so. I was really pulling for you, but you're coming in at number 3. The odds are very much not in your favor. Anyway, long story short, people found some tweets that I'll be generous and say they could be interpreted as implying that the Holocaust didn't happen. Kendrick has since apologized. It seems to be sincere. It wasn't one of those, I'm sorry to anyone I may have offended. It was a legitimate, I was an idiot when I was younger, and I now understand that that was wrong. Please forgive me. I was just in a bad place. Kendrick, has done the work to get, back in people's good graces. Rene Dupree from La Resistance just entered. Will we see Eugene in this? Let me check. I feel like yes. I feel like he might have been... Yes, he's going to be in the 2004 Rumble, whenever that comes up on the spinner. Here comes the Colossus of Bago Road, Nathan Jones. A wrestler so crappy, he lost his WrestleMania match the day of WrestleMania. He is supposed to be in a tag team match with The Undertaker against Big Show and A-Train at WrestleMania 19. Nathan showed up. Undertaker told Vince McMahon, well, I'm not going to work with him. And so the match was scrapped and turned into a handicap match where The Undertaker beat both Big Show and A-Train. And here comes Doug Basham, one of the top names in Ohio Valley Wrestling, who, when called up to the main... Oh, Spanky's gone. Glamour Boy Shane finally getting rid of Spanky after doing battle with him for 2.5 minutes. Oh, and Nathan Jones breaking physics there in the corner for a second. He got Shane up. Gonna try and dump him out. Nope. Here we go. 5 seconds left until we find out who drew number 7. And it is Raven. Former ECW World Champion. I believe during this year he briefly held the NWA World Title. I don't think 2003 was Raven's peak, but PWI seems to think it was. Or it's possible that 2003 was such a weak year that even though it wasn't Raven's best year, his 2003 was better than all but 21 other wrestlers that year. So Eugene and Glamour Boy Shane going at it. Nathan Jones tangling with Rene Dupree. Doug Basham and Jerry Lynn. And Rodney Mack has hit the ring. He's got a ring full, so we're probably not going to see the 5-minute white boy challenge from Rodney Mack, wherein he challenged any white boy in the locker room to last 5 minutes with him. He is just going to get running Liger bombed by Jerry Lynn. Come on, Jerry. You got this, buddy. I believe in you. And there's the cradle pile driver. Trademark finishing move of Jerry Lynn. And here comes the Predator. No, not that kind of Predator. Those guys we pretty much have already talked about. This is the guy who would later go on to fame in WWE. Okay, scratch that. Raven is gone. Rene Dupree has already eliminated Raven after only 70 seconds in the match. The Predator would go on to wrestle under his shoot name Sylvester Turkai in WWE very briefly during the early days of WWE ECW, managed by Elijah Burke. Burke was clearly the star of that duo. And Rodney Mack has eliminated Jerry Lynn. Jerry only lasted a hair over 4 minutes. I'm sorry, Jerry. I still love you, buddy. But, yeah, drawing number 3. That's a rough way for the cookie to crumble. I don't know what metaphors I'm using here. They're just mixing up. I'm so distraught over my mentor being eliminated. And in at number 10 is Nunzio. Earlier on I was talking about those matches with Little Guido and Yoshihiro Tajiri and Super Crazy in ECW. Little Guido, of course, would then go to the WWE as Nunzio, because we can't have nice things. But Nunzio, oh man, Turkai just opening up on Rodney Mack. Cobra Clutch slam by Dupree on Nathan Jones. Glamour Boy Shane now picking the bones of Rodney Mack, trying to get him out. And here comes Christopher Nowinski. Royal Rumble's not his favorite thing. Rodney Mack is out. Did not last 5 minutes. 2 minutes, 14 seconds. Somebody else just went out. Doug Basham is gone. Not bad for Basham. Lasted 3.5-ish minutes. Chris Nowinski is another one of those, what could have been kind of guys. He came in 3rd in the first season of Tough Enough, behind the Winners Maven and Nydia. But he showed such personality. They gave him a developmental contract anyway. made his way up to the main roster, and I believe it was either the 2003 or 2004. I think it was 2003 Royal Rumble. He's in the ring with both Edge and Rey Mysterio. I'm pretty sure it was Edge and Mysterio. They both go for a move off the top rope on Nowinski at the same time. Their timing is off, and I believe it's Edge lands right on Nowinski's head, giving him a devastating concussion that he just never retired from, or never recovered from. He was forced to retire, and he is now one of the most outspoken advocates for CTE research. He's the guy that the NFL and the NHL bring in to talk to their players about concussions and how to be safe and avoid them and how to recover if you get one. Of course, I talk all about that, and Nowinski's already gone. But Christopher Nowinski, one of the real good guys in wrestling. It's just a shame what happened to him in that Royal Rumble match. Who just went out? Oh, Turkai, the Predator, is gone. Rene Dupree is gone. We did see Jose Maximo from the Spanish announce team, the SAT. And number 14 is the Hurricane, making his way to the ring. He was ranked number 21 back in 2003. Let's see, Zach. I loved Eugene when I was a kid. Now I think about it, I'm like, that was super fucked up. Yeah, I'm a few years older than you. I was 20, 21 when he debuted. It was like, one, I knew the guy who played Eugene, Nick Dinsmore, from his. I mean, I didn't know him personally, but I remember watching him when he was in Ohio Valley Wrestling and thinking, man, he's a really good wrestler. And then they bring him up with that gimmick. So I was offended from the vantage point of, oh man, that sucks that they did that to Nick Dinsmore. And here comes a wrestler called Trash. Okay, let me explain Trash. I can't. Trash pretty much left no digital footprint at all. There's no information on him on Cage Match. I couldn't find a single picture of him, but he was ranked number 160 on the PWI 500 in 2005. So I just made a generic wrestler, put him in a black bodysuit, and that's Trash. D'Lo Brown coming out. Zach, I'm going to finish up my thought on Eugene here in just a second. Synth Weasel JW just popped back in. This was the era of big dudes with massive hype packages who showed up, were mostly unimpressive and faded into obscurity within 3 months of being introduced. Turkai, Nathan Jones, Heidenreich, etc. Absolutely. Absolutely. We saw Heidenreich made it to the final two of our 05 Rumble a little bit earlier, being eliminated by Batista as the last man standing. But yeah, WWE was really trying to find that next big guy star. Heidenreich, Nathan Jones, Matt Morgan, A-Train. They tried repackaging Albert as A-Train, trying to make him that guy. And it just never worked. The business had evolved past that at that point, but that didn't stop him from trying. Johnny Stamboli enters and immediately eliminates Jose Maximo. D'Lo Brown, of course, in the ring. Another guy, 2003, I don't know that I would say was peak D'Lo. Oh my god, Vertebreaker by the Hurricane. Dropping Nunzio on his head. Brock Lesnar in at number 18, ranked number 1 in the 2003 PWI 500 after... Okay, it's neck and neck for me as to what the greatest rookie year in WWE history was. It's either Lesnar or Kurt Angle. And it was probably Lesnar. Brought in immediate impact on the Raw before the first ever draft show. Just decimating everybody in the ring. Getting drafted before he'd had his debut match. Running through the Hardys, running through the Dudleys. Anybody they threw in his path, he wiped them out. By, within 4 months, he was world champion. Brock was just an all-timer right out of the gate. Sean Casey is in the ring now, entering at number 19. Who did we just lose? I looked away to look back. I looked back at comments, and I missed somebody getting eliminated. Nunzio's gone. We're going to bring out the Damager. Damager in at number 20. Would get called up as Danny Basham, teaming with Doug Basham, who was his arch rival in OVW. Speaking of disappointing OVW call-ups. Us OVW fans. Oh, and Sean Casey boots D'Lo over the top rope. D'Lo Brown no longer looking at the real deal now. Woo! But yeah, Zach, back to Eugene. Yeah, it was fucked up. I was 20, 21 when he debuted, and it was just like watching him was like, oh, this is just dumb, both from a wrestling standpoint and from a like, I know you're trying to have like the biggest underdog you can create, but like there's just no way that was ever going to be cool with audiences. Lesnar just dumped out the Damager. And now Casey and David Young teaming up to get rid of the Hurricane, and they do. So Lesnar is in the ring. 0 star power beyond him. We could use a decent name here coming in at number 22. We've still got... here comes Amazing Red. Okay. Amazing Red was ranked number 42. Not a top guy, but one of those guys from the early TNA shows that was like, oh, wow, okay, this is different from what WWE has given me every week. Amazing Red going to try and dump Stamboli out. Casey managing to avoid being dumped out by David Young, the diamond in the rough. Young, another one of those guys I had to create because nobody made a David Young on Community Creations. Or maybe they did and I just didn't go digging deep enough because he has such a generic name and there are so many wrestlers named either David or Young, and the search function sucks in 2K. Michael Modest coming in, number 23. Another one of those like early independent stars. And he gets taken right to Suplex City by Brock Lesnar. And again. Oh, and he holds on. He's going to do it again. Michael Modest has now taken 4 German suplexes from Brock Lesnar, and he's been in the ring a matter of seconds. And then at number 24 is the winner of Season 1 of Tough Enough, Raven, what? Do yourselves a favor, if you have never watched it, go check out I promise you it's not going to give you what you think it's going to give you, but go on YouTube and search for JR My Ass. Somebody took JR's commentary from a series of WWF video games and turned it into a rap song. The black bodysuit guy was trash. I mean, he was. The character's name is Trash. I had nothing to go off of, so I just made a generic dude with weird moves. But he is gone. And in comes... Sorry, I looked away as he was being introduced. That's Sonny Siaki, who was a member of, believe it or not, a stable in early TNA called the Flying Elvises. Yep. TNA, another example of what happens when you let Vince Russo book your show without any oversight. The very first NWA TNA show, there was, on the pre-show of the very first NWA TNA show, the pre-show before they ever went live, they had a like 600-pound dude come out named Cheeks. Cheeks was so fat, the ring broke during his match. Oh, we got 2 more out. It looks like, oh, it's Brock. Brock is gone. Brock and David Young both gone. Brock Lesnar only lasted about 5 minutes on Charlie Haas sends Sean Casey packing. Sorry, I was mid-anecdote and I got distracted by the fact that Brock Lesnar was eliminated. So, yeah, very first TNA show. Cheeks breaks the ring. Yep, Sonny Siaki, Jorge Estrada, formerly of Los Boricuas, and Jimmy Yang, later Akio, later Jimmy Wang Yang. We will see Yang in a later Rumble. We will not see Jorge Estrada. Sorry, Jorge Estrada fans, but he did not make the cut. Takahiro Murahama has now entered the match. Lucky number 27. We've got 3 more men still to enter, including 2 of the top 25, Matt Hardy and Koji Kanemoto, as well as Gran Apollo. So anyway, TNA had to fix their ring before the very first match could ever happen, or before the first televised match could ever happen. That should have been a sign for TNA of things to come. It wasn't. Yeah, somehow they're still around as Impact Wrestling. But man, there have been some... Ooh, Apollo. Does Apollo look purplish to you guys? Because he looks purplish to me. Johnny the Bull, like, okay, you're gross. Get out of here. Gran Apollo needs medical attention. Possibly treat him for hypothermia. Only in the ring for 15 minutes before Johnny the Bull eliminates him. Thank you, Johnny. Get that man some medical attention. Thinking on his feet. And here comes a man who can slap a tornado and dry up the sea. When he lives for the moment, there ain't no in him. And now going after the amazing Red. And Red is gone. And now Charlie Haas is going to try to get Hardy out. Hardy manages to hang on. This is, of course, Matt Hardy in his V1 phase, where he was kind of rebranding himself after the split of his tag team with his brother Jeff. And number 30 is Koji Kanemoto, the number 24 ranked wrestler on the 2003 PWI 500. We are down to our final 6. We had Johnny Stamboli came in at number 17. He's been in there a while. Somebody's gone. Who just went out? That was Takahiro Murahama. Only in for about 2 minutes. So yeah, Stamboli in at 17, Maven in at 24, Haas at 26, and then Matt Hardy at 29, Koji Kanemoto at 30. So Stamboli for sure has put in the most. Oh, he's still able to pull off a standing shooting star on Matt Hardy. These are your final 5. One of these 5 men will advance to the grand finale Monday night. Maven with a big clothesline on Haas. And another. Haas keeps throwing that big line. Maven keeps ducking it. And again. Alright, we're just clothesline spamming apparently. Matt Hardy gets an elbow up. Kanemoto is rocked. And a big suplex into the buckles by Matt Hardy. Charlie Haas in trouble, and he's out. Charlie Haas, 4 minutes, 1 second. Managed 2 eliminations, taking out Sean Casey and Sonny Siaki. Oh, and Johnny Stamboli pulling off a tour of the islands on Maven. I don't remember Johnny the Bull ever doing that move, but you know what? I ain't mad at it. It's a cool move. Jeff Cobb's probably not too thrilled about it. Maven punching away on Stamboli. Having second thoughts, crisis of conscience as to whether or not he actually wants to eliminate Stamboli. Finally decides to, and Stamboli's able to recover. Chop block by Kanemoto on Hardy. Again, this is your final 4. Koji Kanemoto, Matt Hardy, Johnny Stamboli, and Maven. Raven, what? Maven and Stamboli, Kanemoto and Hardy. One man will move on to the grand finale Monday night. Big elbow to the knee by Matt. Standing Enziguri. This is our 14th Rumble. I'll do at least one more after this one. Maybe 2. We'll see. Maven off the... Ooh, that... I don't think that went how it was supposed to. If this wasn't a WWE video game, this would be the point where the crowd starts chanting, "You fucked up, you fucked up." But it is a WWE video game, so they're not going to chant that. They will fall just deathly silent, though. That's a little unsettling. Wow, they are not into this match at all right now. Oh, okay. They liked that. for some reason. And we're right back to the pairings that we had before. Maven and Stamboli, Hardy and Kanemoto. Big right hand by Koji Kanemoto. Went for another, but Matt blocked it with an elbow. Gets kicked in the, let's call it the inner thigh by Kanemoto. Kanemoto was the last man to enter the match. And he hangs on. Barely able to hang on is Koji Kanemoto. Oh, and he isn't. Matt able to actually kick him to the floor. Kanemoto lasted about 4 minutes before finally being eliminated. Matt Hardy going to catch his breath after struggling to eliminate. Oh, meanwhile, on the other side of the ring, Maven eliminated Johnny Stamboli. And we are down to Matt Hardy against Maven for a spot in the grand finale coming up Monday night. Boot to the midsection by Hardy. Going for a pile driver prep. No, power bomb. Diving power bomb. I don't think I've ever seen Matt Hardy do that. But, hey, it's pretty cool. You know what? Rule of cool. I'll take it. And a diving leg drop. North Carolina jam there by Matt Hardy. V1. Matt, fact is, he really wants to win this Royal Rumble. Alley-oop power bomb. Another move I don't think I've ever seen Matt Hardy do. But the era of Mattitude has arrived, according to Matt's t-shirt. Maven gets an elbow up, though. Maven, the first ever Tough Enough winner. Probably the biggest moment of his career came in a Royal Rumble in, I believe, 2002, when he eliminated The Undertaker, and then spent the entire rest of the night getting the crap beat out of him by The Undertaker backstage. This was... Get him. This was part of the story. It wasn't a real, like a hardcore Holly attack. And the era of Mattitude has arrived. The sensei of Mattitude, Matt Hardy, version 1, is your winner. Still no announcement for the winner. Man, the 2K matches, games are not very good. But Matt Hardy entered at number 29. He lasted 5 minutes, 53 seconds. 4 eliminations. The Amazing Red, Charlie Haas, Koji Kanemoto, and then Maven to win the whole thing and move on to the grand finale match. So, nice showing there by Matt Hardy. And yeah, I would say that was impressive enough to qualify for the match. Well, we'll know for sure, but I mean, it was definitely better than Braxton Sutter, Thrasher, Masayuki Kono, Go Shiozaki, or Ryback's performances. I feel pretty confident in saying that Matt Hardy will be in the grand finale match. So let's get the wheel pulled back up here. Crop out all the weird advertising that they insist on throwing. I mean, it's a free website, It is wheelofnames.com in case you ever have a need to do something like this. Not a sponsor, but we are giving it a spin here. And the next, and probably the last match for the night, is 1991. It was right on the line between 91 and 2021. So yeah, 1991, the very first ever PWI 500. The winner of this match will be, this is, like I said, this is probably the last one we're going to do tonight. I don't remember how long this match is. That's 27-ish minutes. Yeah, this is probably going to be where I call it a night. Just, pace myself a little bit. If a show's going to run long, I would rather it be the finale Monday night than the first night. Just, conserve some energy so I can bring it to the finale. Get the screen capture set up. And here we go. 1991. Okay. Right. So I recorded these chronologically, right? I realized as I was trying to edit that I did not record audio for 1991. Has Ric Flair been eliminated yet? No, Flair has not showed up. I'm pretty sure he's in the 94? Yeah, he's in the 1994 Rumble when that comes up. 91, the top names: Hulk Hogan, Lex Luger, Scott Steiner, Steve Williams, Arn Anderson, Rick Steiner, Road Warrior Hawk, Sid Justice, Ted DiBiase, Road Warrior Animal, Terry Funk, Jake the Snake Roberts, and that man, Stan Hansen. So 13 of the top 30 from 1991, all in this match. And I keep waiting for music to kick in, forgetting that I didn't record audio for this match. And it is Lex Luger from WCW, the number 2 ranked wrestler on the very first ever PWI 500. Luger making his way to the ring. Making my way. It is Hansen and Luger to start things off. Of course, the odds-on favorite is Hulk Hogan. And, Hogan he's Hogan. We're probably not going to see him till toward the end of the match, because he'll pull some strings, brother. But we will see who comes out on top. Reading through this list of wrestlers, and it is sad how many of them are no longer with us. Not going to dwell on that. Not going to think about my own mortality. Not any more so than I usually do, but man, there are several that are no longer with us. Granted, it was 32 years ago. You have to assume that, the absolute youngest you would think anybody would be in this would be 18 years old. So by default, they're 50. The youngest people that would possibly be in this match are 50. And 50, based on the way those guys lived back in those days, 50's pretty old. So I guess I shouldn't be surprised that so many of them are no longer with us. But Hansen and Luger are the first two here. Hansen bouncing Luger's head off the top rope. I was going to bring out Superstar Bill Dundee from Memphis, from the USWA. The father of Jamie Dundee, who we saw in an earlier Rumble, I think 96? I think it was 96. So Bill Dundee in at number 3, one of the great rivals of Jerry Lawler's career. Those two did battle so many times throughout the early 90s, early to mid 90s really, until Lawler basically went full-time with the WWF. Number 4 is Iceman King Parsons, one of the last stars of world-class championship wrestling out of Dallas. Hogan, I hope his performance is longer than The Rock's. It'd almost have to be. There have not been many performances. There haven't been many in general that were shorter than The Rock's, but definitely that was the shortest by a top overall seed. I'm looking to see, just doing a quick sort by and read. Really quick, let's see. When did... I guess there have been a few, but not a ton. Rock went out way faster than I think anybody was expecting. Scott Steiner has now entered the match. I keep listening for cues that somebody has entered, forgetting that, no, I'm not going to get an audio cue because I didn't record audio. Scott Steiner was ranked number 6, which seems very high, considering this is, pre Big Papa Pump, pre-singles star Scott Steiner. Here comes Road Warrior Hawk. One of my all-time proudest moments as a wrestling fan was I used to post a lot on a forum. Shout out to the People's Wrestling website, tpww.net, which is still around. I used to be a very active poster on their forums. And somebody posted basically like the old hashtag challenges from at midnight, where people would just like post a prompt and everybody would just, drop jokes. Austin Idol coming in at number 7, another USWA guy. So the prompt was change a letter, ruin a wrestler. you know, those kinds of things go around Twitter all the time, but this was wrestling themed on the message board. My contribution, I had several contributions, but my favorite was Road Warrior Hank. Changed Road Warrior Hawk to Road Warrior Hank. It was just the dumbest thing I could possibly do. And I love it so much. I still remember it. God, that was probably a decade ago I made that joke. Masa Saito coming in at number 8. And I believe this is the first time in any of these Rumbles where all 8 men were in the ring before the first elimination happened. And of course, as soon as I say that, Superstar Bill Dundee eliminates Stan Hansen. But there was a moment where there were 8 men in the ring. The first 8 all made it. But Stan Hansen being eliminated opens the door for a 9th wrestler to join the fray, along with Lex Luger, Bill Dundee, Iceman King Parsons, Scott Steiner, Road Warrior Hawk, Austin Idol, and Masa Saito. Jeez, that's a dangerous move. And Idol with a double underhook suplex, butterfly suplex, taking Dundee over. A couple of USWA mainstays. Okay, so I give 2K a lot of crap. I believe justifiably. But this is fun having the filter on it, making it look like an old videotape from the late 80s, early 90s. And being able to download the old school rings is fun. But man, the AI in these games are bad. Patriot has entered now at number 9 from Global Wrestling. And Steiner is out. Scott Steiner, the second man eliminated. Patriot just took out Lex Luger too. The series of Rumbles are only appearing once, or they appear only once. So that was what took the longest to set up, was coming up with 960 unique wrestlers for 32 Rumbles. If like Scott Steiner has been eliminated, we won't see Scott Steiner again. We won't see The Rock again. We won't see Yokozuna again. Lots of guys that probably should have won, and in kayfabe would have, but that's not how 2K rolls. Robert Gibson now in the ring. Looking at, let me pull up real quick the number 1 ranked wrestler from each of these Rumbles, so I can tell you who all should be moving on, but didn't. 96 should have been Shawn Michaels. Shawn Michaels eliminated. Goldust won. 2013 was won by Ryback. Should have been John Cena. We won't see John Cena anymore. Daniel Bryan should have won in 2014 instead of Akebono. 2011 should have been The Miz instead of Masayuki Kono. 2020 should have been Jon Moxley. Was Jon Moxley. The year 2000 should have been The Rock. It was instead Big Vito. 2001 should have been Booker T. It was instead Roadkill. 97 should have been Dean Malenko. It was instead Thrasher. 2015 should have been Seth Rollins. Go Shiozaki won that one. Kazuchika Okada should have won in 2017. Instead it was Braxton Sutter. Kofi Kingston was supposed to win in 2019 and did win in 2019. Ditto for Batista in 2005. Vader in 93. Both halves of the Rock and Roll Express in the ring. Although at this point, Ricky Morton was Richard Morton, a member of the York Foundation. But he still, if you go back and watch those matches, there was almost nothing different other than the fact that he was going by his given name instead of his nickname, and he was a heel. But he wore really similar gear. He just had Alexandra York in his corner, who would later become Marlena, the wife of Dustin Rhodes at the time, Terry Runnels, who also had her 15, she had probably like a couple hours of fame during the Attitude Era, because she had pretty much exactly what Vince was looking for in women of the era. Arn Anderson's gone. The Patriot is gone. Arn Anderson in and out in 23 seconds. Well, while I was tiptoeing around Terry's boobs. Robert Gibson is gone as well. Ted DiBiase, the $1 Million Man, has now entered the match. And Iceman King Parsons has exited it. Richard Morton, Superstar Bill Dundee, Road Warrior Hawk, and Ted DiBiase all in the ring right now. Big right hand by Hawk leveling Richard Morton. Superstar Bill Dundee entered at number 3. He's still in there. Hawk was in at number 6. He's still in there. And in comes number 14, Colonel De Beers, the South African military man, who is a lovely shade of yellow. It's a big gut-wrench suplex from Hawk. Hawk with another gut-wrench into a shoulder breaker. Brutal move by Road Warrior Hank. And then he just clotheslines the back of the $1 Million Man's head. Dr. Death, Steve Williams in at number 15. I talked earlier about the Brawl for All, that shoot tournament that Bart Gunn won in the mid-90s. Holy cow, Steve Williams is out. 8 seconds. Dr. Death, Steve Williams lasted 8 seconds in this Rumble. I was all set to talk about how the Brawl for All was literally set up so that Williams would win. Oh, and Hawk is gone thanks to Colonel De Beers. They expected Dr. Death to win. Wow, Morton and who was the other one that just went out? De Beers. Colonel De Beers is out as Larry Zbyszko comes in. Wow. Okay. So, I'm going to try and get through this really fast because it's one of my favorite. Vince just not having his finger on the pulse at all. The thought was Steve Williams has this reputation for being the toughest guy in wrestling. So let's do a tough man contest so that when he wins, we can prove he's the toughest guy in the company. And that'll obviously set up a match between him and Stone Cold Steve Austin. The only problem was Steve Williams was a tough guy, but he wasn't a shoot fighter. And Bart Gunn knocked him out and wound up winning the tournament. And Steve Williams' push evaporated. That was it for Dr. Death in the WWF. And as punishment for ruining the plan, Bart got put in a match at WrestleMania 15 against Eric Butterbean Esch, a legit tough man boxer who beat the shit out of him. Bart never stood a chance. The dog-faced gremlin Rick Steiner has now entered the match. Jake the Snake Roberts also in. One of my favorites of all time. You want to talk about a guy with some demons. But he has gone through a lot to try and get his life back in order. He owes a lot of it to his friend Diamond Dallas Page. The Good, if there was ever going to be a light side of the ring to counteract the dark side of the ring series that Vice does, which is a phenomenal series, by the way. If you ever want to learn about the seedy underbelly of pro wrestling, can't recommend Dark Side of the Ring enough. They tell some really horrible stories about just the crap that has gone on in wrestling. If there was ever going to be a light side, a bright side, whatever you want to call it, of the ring, the opposite of Dark Side, there would have to be an episode on Diamond Dallas Page. He has saved so many wrestlers' lives just from basically being an accountability coach. He started DDP Yoga as a way to keep himself in shape, finding that it was also beneficial for recovering addicts. And that's Tony Atlas. Sorry, that's a Roddy Piper joke from the 92 Rumble. By the way, check out the 92 Rumble. It is the best hour of commentary you will ever hear. Bobby the Brain Heenan is a master class in commentary. But anyway, DDP, WWE over the last couple of decades have gotten good. I give WWE a lot of crap, justifiably so in my opinion, but they have their wellness policy they are trying really hard to keep wrestlers alive. In particular, after the Chris Benoit tragedy. But they're very dedicated in terms of paying for rehab for their former wrestlers. But the problem is, for a lot of people, you go into rehab, you come out, all your friends are tied to your previous life. Jake the Snake is already out. So you just kind of fall back into your old habits, right? Well, DDP has basically opened up his life to wrestlers when they come out of rehab. They go and stay with him. He does yoga with them to work on their mindfulness, to get their bodies right, to, they learn about nutrition. They basically figure out how to turn their lives around away from the things that got them into the situation they were in the first place. Jake Roberts has credited DDP with turning his life around. The late, great Scott Hall did the same. Unfortunately, the damage done to Hall's body, the accumulation of decades of abuse, wound up catching up to him last year. Scott Hall passed away, unfortunately. But yeah, DDP, one of the real nice guys of the industry, literal lifesaver for pro wrestlers. Kerry Von Erich. Okay, so right now in the ring, Road Warrior Animal no longer with us. Kerry Von Erich no longer with us. Dino Bravo no longer with us. I was talking about how 91 has a lot of wrestlers who have since passed on. That's what I'm talking about. So Kerry Von Erich, probably the biggest success story from the legendary Von Erich wrestling family out of Dallas. There is a movie coming out later this year about the Von Erich family, talking about Dark Side and talking about tragedies in wrestling. The Von Erich family is cursed. There were, I believe, 6 brothers. Larry Zbyszko and Dino Bravo are both gone, as is Ted DiBiase. 3 quick eliminations there. The Von Erichs are cursed. Of, I believe, 6 wrestling brothers, 1 is still with us. And that is Kevin. Kerry, David. God, I knew as soon as I started listing them, I was going to forget. But yeah, the Von Erichs, just an American tragedy. I want to see this movie, but it's going to be hard to sit through. And right now, that's Tony Atlas in trouble upside down at the hands of superstar Bill Dundee. Eric Embry out at number 23, another USWA guy. He during this time period he was competing for the Texas heavyweight title with guys like Kerry. Kerry did a lot of time in the USWA as well. This was toward the end of his career. I believe he passed away in early '93. And like I say, not positive about that. And here comes the Hulkster. Zach, I hope you're still watching. The immortal one, Hulk Hogan, who won the actual 1991 Royal Rumble. Hoping to do the same here. 2-time WWF champion in 1991. And there goes Rick Steiner, brother. Hogan already making his presence known, dumping the dog-faced gremlin Rick Steiner to the floor. Hogan entered at number 24. About to find out who drew number 25 as Tony Atlas goes to the floor, and that's going to bring in Doug Furnace from, I believe, Perry, Oklahoma. One of Jim Ross's favorite wrestlers of all time because, he loves his Oklahomans. But Furnace, tremendous athlete, one of the greatest drop kicks of all time. If you've never seen I'm sure somebody on YouTube has made a compilation of Doug Furnace drop kicks. It's a thing of beauty. Doug Furnace drop kicks and Rick Rude taking atomic drops. Never knew that was a thing I wanted to watch compilations of, but it is tremendous. And hey, speaking of guys who are no longer with us, rest in peace, Funker. Terry Funk coming to the ring. We just lost him last week. $20 if Hulk Hogan wins. Don't look, Zach. Animal is gone. Eliminated by Terry Funk. Oh, geez. Terry Funk hung up on the middle rope after that drop kick from Furnace. And well, I don't know what Funk was going. I don't know what Gary Von Erich just did to Eric Embry there, but it looked like it hurt. Sid Justice is the next man out at number 27. He was ranked number 16 in the 91 PWI 500. And Embry is gone. And Sid just hangs superstar Bill Dundee out to dry. Bill Dundee has been in the ring a long time. He came in at number 3. Right? Number 3? Yes, number 3. He was the first man in after Hansen and Luger. He is still in there. Uh-oh, and here comes Abdullah the Butcher. Of course, as soon as I mention that, Funk has Dundee in trouble, and Bill Dundee is out. 18 minutes, 41 seconds for Bill Dundee. Tremendous performance. I'm with you, Synth Weasel JW. One of the most influential figures in the history of the industry, but by pretty much all accounts, just a garbage human being. One of the worst backstage politicians of all time. Ruined so many wrestlers' careers just for, 6 words. That doesn't work for me, brother. Got him out of losing matches, out of taking wrestlers' finishers, or if he had to take it, not getting up immediately after. And then there's the whole, cheating on, every woman he's ever been with, including on tape with his supposed best friend's wife. Hogan. Just colossal piece of garbage. Abdullah the Butcher is out. Victor Zangiev is in. Yes, Victor Zangiev, the real Russian wrestler that the Street Fighter character is based on. I had no idea this guy existed until I started preparing for this stream. But Victor Zangiev is a real person. They, of course, changed his name to Zangief, and, gave him a mohawk and the ability to jump 20 feet in the air and spin while doing a pile driver. Victor Zangiev couldn't do that. But he's going after Sergeant Slaughter, who just wants his country back. Because at this point, he was no longer doing the Iraqi sympathizer angle. In case you were wondering if tasteless pro wrestling angles were limited to guys like Eugene. Nope. Will we see a spinning pile driver here tonight? We might. We have seen a lot of things I didn't think we would see. Kerry Von Erich is gone. We saw that standing shooting star press by Shane Taylor earlier. Anything can happen here at Rumblin for research. Big clothesline by Terry Funk sends Furnace to the floor. I believe that was Furnace, right? We are down. It was Furnace. We're down to the final 4. We have got... Man, and all of them were among the last 5 in the ring. We've got number 26, Terry Funk, number 27, Sid, number 29, Sergeant Slaughter, number 30, Victor Zangiev. The only guy who came in the final 5 that didn't last to the final 4 was Abdullah the Butcher. Big right hand by Sid, just punching the taste right out of Zangiev's mouth. That's not an expression. I just made that up. I'm mixing metaphors. That's how you know it's getting late, and it's probably time for this to be the last Rumble of the stream and of the night. Sergeant Slaughter saves himself from being dumped out by Funk. That's a fun thing to say. And Zangiev eliminated by Sid. We're down to the final 3. Number 16, Sid Justice. Number 22, Terry Funk. Number 36, Sergeant Slaughter. And Sid is going to powerbomb Terry Funk. And now he's going to choke slam Sergeant Slaughter. Sid on a run here. And none of that about Hogan. So I see we got a reality TV show. Yeah. He did. Hey, for a superficial standpoint, his kids, both, well, his son, Nick, it's unclear if he was driving or just a passenger, but there was a whole drunk driving thing that killed somebody. And his daughter, Brooke, I don't know that there's necessarily anything wrong with her as a person. I admittedly don't know that much about Brooke as a person, but I do know she put out a crappy record and had a brief run in TNA as a character and was awful. But yeah, Hogan, whew. Oh, and I mean, we didn't even get into Hogan's racial opinions. Speaking of Brooke, there is a recording of Hogan basically saying that he would shoot any black man that Brooke brought home with her. Although he didn't say black man. We are down to Sid Justice and Terry Funk. Sid eliminated... Who did he eliminate? He eliminated Victor Zangiev. Terry Funk has made a lot of eliminations. He teamed up with Doug Furnas to take out Animal. He eliminated Bill Dundee, Abdullah the Butcher. He has actually, at one point, eliminated 4 wrestlers in a row. Dundee, Abdullah, Kerry Von Erich, and Doug Furnas. And then we just saw him take out Sergeant Slaughter as well. So Terry Funk having a good performance. So even if he's eliminated here, Funk can hold his head up high. But it is number 16, Sid. Number 22, Terry Funk. Only one man can move on to the grand finale. Will we get a storybook ending here from Funk after passing away last week on my birthday? That was one of the first things I read on social media on my birthday. Birthday wishes, Terry Funk died. Now Funk lifting Sid up. Got him up on the top turnbuckle. The master and the ruler of the world, Sid Justice, hanging on. But he's gone. And the man from the Double Cross Ranch in Amarillo, Texas, Terry Funk, eliminating Sid Justice to move on to the grand finale. Terry Funk, 7 minutes and 10 seconds, basically averaging an elimination per minute there. But congratulations to Terry Funk moving on. He will be in the grand finale. And it was a good performance. Maybe not on the level of Batista, Vader, or Kofi's. But yeah, good stuff from Terry Funk. Pretty much the only thing keeping him behind them is he just wasn't in the ring very long. But that's what happens when you draw number 26. So we have done, what was that, 15 Rumbles tonight? 3, 4, 5, 6, 15. Yeah, 15 Royal Rumbles tonight. Batista, Vader, Kofi Kingston, Terry Funk, Roadkill, Big Vito, Matt Hardy, Akebono, Jon Moxley, Goldust, Ryback, Go Shiozaki, Braxton Sutter, Headbanger Thrasher, and Masayuki Kono have all advanced to the grand finale tomorrow. There's a chance that one or two of them may be in the 3-way to determine the final entrant in the Rumble, because there will be 32 winners and you can only have 30 people in a Rumble. 2K doesn't let you customize that, which I get. There's never been a 32-man Rumble, but they did do a 40 and they did do a 50, but you can't do that in 2K. They limit you to either 10, 20, or 30. I don't know why. But yeah, so there will be more streams on Monday. I'm going to take tomorrow off to rest up my voice and, just kind of get stuff done around the house because I haven't been great about doing that. I'm finding myself with more free time lately, so I'm hoping that means I can stay ahead of things like, washing the dishes and, pressure washing the house and all those little things that kind of get shunted off to the side when I'm super busy. But, we got another donation from Zach because Hogan lost. Thank you for that, Zach. Greatly appreciate it. I'm sure the National Pediatric Cancer Foundation does as well. So managed to raise $130 tonight. Nothing to sneeze at. I will be back Monday. Still to come, We've got Rumbles from 92, 94, 95, 98, 99, 02, 04, 06, 07, 08, 09, 2010, 12, 16, 18, 21, and last year, 2022. The 2023 PWI 500 has not come out yet. So that is scheduled, I believe, to come out in 2 weeks, if memory serves. I feel like I saw a tweet from them about that recently. So Streamlabs yelling at me to start a game. I'm not gonna. This is gonna be the end of the night for me, but I will be back. Current plan is to do the same schedule Monday that I did today. So we'll start at 10 Central Time, run until like 2:30, 3 o'clock-ish, take a break, come back on about 4:30, go until it's done, really, at that point, because I want to finish it up Monday night on Labor Day. Because, Labor Day is the weekend that you do telethons. It's been a tradition for however many decades, and you know what? I am unoriginal. So I will see you guys Monday. Have a great Sunday. Enjoy the rest of your holiday weekend. See you Monday, 10 o'clock Central Time. That's 8 o'clock Pacific. That's 11 o'clock Eastern. And do the math if you live outside the U.S., because I'm not good at time zones. I think that's like 5 p.m. UK time, something like that. I feel like I should know this because I have colleagues that work in the UK and in Australia too. But you know what? I don't get paid to know time zones. I get paid to solve problems. That sounds like a line from a bad action movie. And so I will leave you with that. Thanks to everybody that donated, to Zach, Synthweasel JW, the anonymous donor from earlier. I appreciate you guys popping into the chat. I appreciate the donations. Let's do it again on Monday, shall we?